Still hasn't shown up. Go anywhere regardless. Unfortunately, we're take 2 to stream now. Hello. Is this Sinister Game being here with a new stream? And it's stream. I'm gonna be going over the event week. Here the group sex big con is basically one of the best couple you could basically do, like no matter what basically. Otherwise, if you have like a dedicated friend you play with, Silent and Sneaky is a pretty good secondary option. Or something like that. And yeah, if you don't really play with a dedicated friend much, then you might, instead of Silent and Sneaky, you want to do like the aggressive approach of like that armor like setup or something at least. For sure, at a minimum. Of course, for setups, there is ones like the Duggan, like security or whatever, like you're probably for sure going to want to do for like the setups, like reduce the characters like armor and stuff, depending like what setup you're doing. Or like approach you're doing, I mean. Yeah, if I remember right from a Gilly Master video, I got a look out on his like channel. I didn't watch it yet, but it looks like something like $3.4 million or something on 2 times. Like on average, it's looking like. Now, I don't know if that's accounting for like the fact you need at least one other extra made that change at some point where you can't just take 100% of a heist anymore. But still, upwards of 85% or something at 3.4 million is still surely pretty good. Like 100%. It's a literal heist. I don't think I have to mention too much about how good it is. That's just going to be really good for the most part. And didn't get nerfed. It didn't get like anywhere near as hella nerfed as Caprico Heist, I'd argue as well. So this one is arguably kind of in a way the best heist in the game. Kind of. But yeah, Blockbuster Arcade or Speak of Lester or whatever makes sense for the bottom part. Since need arcade to run the heist. Alright, maybe the stream will actually work. It's actually lasted more than like 15 seconds basically compared to the first state. But yeah. And then earn rewards here to Fine Art Collector program. Yeah, they announced a new DLC. I didn't make a video on it since it was kind of just a teaser. They didn't have like a little teaser trailer. I think when they teased the mansion update, they had like 5, 10, like 15-ish second trailer or something. I kind of forget. Basically, they released a new Rockstar Newswire about like a new court center heist DLC. That's basically coming out July 14th. I don't actually know if they actually revealed the date exactly on that Newswire, but it can be inferred from the plus, like, end date that it should be July 14th. So I have that Rockstar Newswire up from June 17th when they revealed that, basically. But yeah, the next big score shows like an image of the court center. Like on the top image, which I don't even think it looks that different compared to what it does right now. If even on that image it looks all that different even. Like I swear the top image for that Newswire to me seems pretty much the same look for the court center that pretty much always has pretty much like right now, even in day 1 of the game. Day one of the game. Yes, yes. There's a car there that seems kind of like, it looks like the turret limo, I think. I think. And then interestingly, they actually announced something regarding the turret limo in this news wire, so I wonder if they're doing something with that or something. Like when the update comes out as well or something somehow. I don't know though. I don't really know though, obviously, since it's not out yet, obviously, for the update, but yeah. The next big score. Again, June 17, 2026. Perched on the hills of Pacific Bluffs, the world-famous Quartz Center looms large over the Los Santos cultural scene. Okay, yeah, I don't think I have a comment on that sentence there. Priceless international works of art have adorned its hallways for years, and now the time has come to rate this prestigious gallery's esteemed collection for personal gain in the Quartz Center. Heist. This summer's exciting new update coming to GTA Online in July. So yes, interesting. So it seems like it's going to be an artwork-focused heist, interestingly. Artwork already gets stolen basically in the casino heist, depending on like what loot type you get. So naturally, it's pretty fitting that non-casino heist is on it 2 times when it has artwork as an option for like one of the loots that ends up appearing. And while it's not a mainstay thing of our Cayo Perico heist, I think there is art, I believe. Like, you can at least get one artwork, if I recall, like the old Rubio compound on occasion, like that area with like a safe and you have to hack like kind of elevator to like go down or something. I think you get artwork as like a secondary loot thing, I'm pretty sure, in the Cayo Perico heist. But in that one, it's not like a main loot. But interestingly, it says this summer's exciting new update coming in July. But again, going on. Again, interesting. It does say in July and stuff like an exact date, but it can be presumed if the plus event apparently ends on like an unusual day of like Monday or Tuesday or whatever, that it comes out either like the day after if it's like Monday, or maybe that same day if it ends on like say Tuesday, like in those first couple hours or something. So it could be highly presumed it's coming out July 14th, regardless if I'm saying this July. And then to accommodate burgeoning interest in art theft and counterfeiting, you'll need to add the art studio to your mansion property, then scope out the sprawling Quartz Center complex before choosing an approach for this multi-stage heist, infiltrating and escaping the grounds. Alright, so yeah, apparently there'll be a new renovation for the mansion properties. So it's going to just be using the mansions basically that came out in this update for Safehouse in the Hills DLC. And yeah, it will be interesting too because mansions are like so much more expensive than any prior heist property. Like OG heists in 2015. Yes, OG heists in 2015. You just used the 2013 like apartments. Because I think heists were meant to be a thing in day one of the game, but like they got delayed countless of times for those that for some reason weren't around like the early days of GTA 9, like literally like launch day of the game to like say like 2015 when those original Heist finally came out, and that was literally back in like the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3 days. And yeah, even the 8th gen versions of the game were out for like a few months at that time, even as well. But yeah, those ones just used a 10 car like apartment stuff or whatever, like the high end apartments at the time, which were like what only like a couple $100,000. It's like nothing for investment there. And yeah, even the pays were kind of bad even back then and stuff. In like 2022, I think with Conan Prizes DLC, they literally gave like a permanent 2 times boost, I believe, to the original heists as like a whole or something, if I recall, or at least most of them they did, at least aside from maybe Police or something. I could be wrong, but something like that, basically. Something like that, basically. And obviously, yeah, the pays are mostly bad because obviously you had to have like 4 players for like, all the police job, and then yeah, nowadays in modern day, you have to give everybody a 15% cut. You can't have those like cool people that take like no cut for some reason at all, or whatever, which are practically probably non-existent when you were allowed to do that anyways. But like, especially with people with like so much money, they probably didn't even like take cut in the first place. First place though. And then, yeah, obviously the Doomsday Heist came out with the facility. That's where they started paywalling as good as they have already. But with facilities on average, and like by extent the arcades and like the Kasaka, at least the basic Kasaka is what, like a couple million, like at most. You could even argue Caprico as like the Sparrow as well. That's pretty essential for grinding as well. That can maybe even bring it up to like a couple $1 million. What the mansions are what going to be like something like at least like 2 times the investment of like say a couple of the other like 2017 like onwards like heists or something. That'll be interesting regarding like the take of the heist. Hopefully it's like at least double or something, or like 1.5 times or something of like what heists pay like right now. At least that would be at least a minimum maybe of what I'm expecting, given you have to pay not just a mansion, you're going and yeah, obviously it sounds like we're gonna have like a scope out kind of thing, like the Snow Heist and Caprico Heist. I'm pretty sure those 2 heists at least on average have scope out stuff. Like literally our first whole like prep mission I think in Casino Caprico is literally like scoping out. I don't think that's the case in the OG and like Doomsday Heist, but it seems kind of more along the line a couple of this heists as you'd probably expect to be more streamlined heists for this game nowadays. Any data scope out before you choose an approach. Caprico, you literally what like choose a vehicle like for the approach. Actually, can't even argue there's approach as well for a casino heist. Pretty sure you choose that pretty much after scoping out too. So again, the structure of the heist seems like it's going to be very similar to the last couple casino heists and Caprico heist specifically, as you'd pretty much expect at this point, since those are pretty much the most solo-friendly heists. So naturally, it would kind of like go towards those. But in multi-stage heist, like you could kind of argue even like original heist seems the heist or like multi-stage. Heists as a whole are just multi-stage, yeah, right? I don't think that's anything crazy to mention there. Infiltrating and escaping the grounds. Yeah, it's kind of just some usual stuff there. It looks like. Looks like. And then one of the images, like the second image on there, shows characters standing kind of next to the court center, like in front of it or something. Seems like there might be some new, like, high, like, rise kind of, like, structure kind of thing or something that you can stand on. Maybe that's, like, in front of it or something somehow. I kind of like where that news person might be standing, for example. It might kind of be like that. That might not even be in the game right now, it seems, from what I've heard. So that seems like that might be some, like, area to scope out. That might be, like, new or something interesting. So there definitely will be at least a little bit of renovating around the Court Center Heist, probably, like, updating it at least a little bit. It looks like, as you'd probably kind of expect. Like, in its current form, I don't know if it would work the greatest as, like, a heist location. Like, say, if they didn't update, like, parts outside of it or something, at least, like, a little bit or something. It's not that surprising, I suppose. And yeah, it says gear up in the coming weeks, so, like, I don't even think that goes over new information. I think they literally just gave the smallest teaser. So it's kind of explaining, like, why I didn't talk about it too much, of course, as to, like, a whole dedicated, like, video thing with this teaser. I kind of talked about it in the minimum standpoint here for that one news wire, and might still talk about it though, honestly, there's still arguably important information to go over in there. So yeah, beneath that one image where there's the headline of Gear Up, I'll start reading that, I suppose. But I don't know if I'll analyze it that deeply, since at that point I don't think there's actually any information really to talk too much about in this update specifically, aside for some stuff they went over for this event newswire that I'll be still going over, of course. So yes, gear up. In the coming weeks, G-Town On will be brimming with ways to prepare for the Court Center heist. Whether you're looking to refine your real estate portfolio with a mansion property to ultimately host your own solo heists, or gearing up as part of a larger crew, stay tuned for special events featuring bonus GTA Money rewards, record-breaking discounts, and opportunities to claim rare and exclusive treasures through the Fine Art Collector program. I found something I actually went through this particular week, like, newswire thing for the event. Obviously, I'm going over, so I'll get to those still, or something regarding, or stuff regarding the Fine Art Collector program. Okay, so there actually was a little more information, I guess, there. But still didn't really constitute. It's still, yeah, it's still, in my opinion, did not constitute making, like, a whole video about it, per se. That's why I'm going over this stuff here. So, as expected, will be a soloable heist. It sounds like entirely just like a Rico heist. Now, it seems GTA 6 VI, by the way, fun fact, actually got its cover reveal on, like, June. Did it happen June 17th as well, or did it happen the day after? I think it happened the day after, actually, June 18th, because, yeah, exactly a week after will be June 25th. And June 25th is actually where the pre orders go live. So, yeah, I think the day after they revealed the DLC information, literally on that Thursday, since this happened on Wednesday, literally on Thursday, they actually revealed GTA 6's cover art. I don't know if I'll talk about that much here. Maybe I'll just wait to see on more information. I might talk pre-orders and stuff on a video, I don't know. Especially if it comes out with a trailer free, I definitely probably will maybe try to do something for it. If my like streaming wants to work well, of course, of course. But yeah. Solo Heist, like Hyperco. But if they're already in GTA 6 pre-orders, it still has to be coming out November 19th, surely. Surely. But yes, though. If they are literally going to ready to pre-orders, and like, we have to pre-orders if, 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 sorry for it's being sucky right now, but yeah. If they are literally going to have pre-orders on June 25th, there's no way the game got delayed past November 19th, I'm pretty sure, for GTA 6. It just sounds like the end game update, basically. They didn't straight up say it's the final DLC, it is worth noting that. Also, I think it's rumored, and I think it's pretty plausible, that online probably won't come out till 2027 for GTA 6, most likely, so, like, they, I guess, could technically have an excuse to release a DLC in the winter if they wanted to. I suppose. Like, in my opinion, it would be kind of dumb to release a DLC after 6 comes out, like an actual DLC that's not just like bug fixes, like security fixes or something. I don't know, with like the online, like the bare minimum, like upkeeping the online, kind of like what they kind of, I feel, already kind of do with like Red Dead Online, maybe like at most do like events and stuff that aren't necessarily the most essential to play, but like will be something to keep the game interesting at least. But to me, this should definitely scream an endgame DLC here, since it sounds like with the pre-orders, literally. As of when I'm streaming, I think it's June 21st. Pre-orders are literally in 4 days now. Yeah, I don't see why they should release a whole nother new DLC after 6 literally comes out. Even say if the online has to wait till 2027, which I honestly very much could see that being the case. I think Red Dead Online had to wait a while, if I recall. It is worth noting GTA 5's online, I think, was only like a 2 week wait from September 17th to October 1st. I think it was like a 2 week wait, I believe, for that online. But also, Red Dead Redemption 2 had like 100 missions and all that kind of stuff, I think. I think that one was more of like a month or something, if I recall. Yeah, I don't know if they'll do another 2 week like launch, like wait for like the on for yes, like the online, obviously. I don't know if they'll do another like 2 week like wait like disaster stuff that happened like with that game's the launch of the online. They'll probably roll it out like Reddit onlines where they'll have like early access for the higher editions of the game and whatnot. I'm guessing. Like honestly. But yeah, honestly, I could actually see the on launching 2027, given that, like, obviously the game's coming out in November. December would maybe not be a good time to launch an on mode, since the workers might be on a holiday, like, heavily during that month, obviously. So, like, I feel it is feasible that the online for 6 might not even come out to 2027, so. Yeah, I'm mentioning all that, obviously, because I didn't straight up say it's the final DLC for the Court Center Heist. It is worth noting. But do we really want another GTA Online update when 6 actually comes out, even for just a single player? I don't know about that, honestly. It seems pretty dumb in my opinion if this update isn't the final DLC. So I really just hope this is the final update, honestly. Honestly, at this point. Very honestly at this point, though. For like an actual final content DLC update. And you know, if a heist makes perfect sense of it too. Like, I don't feel you could have like a better end than a heist in this game when GTA 5 single player was all about heisting as well. So it has to be an in-game update, I would think, even if they're not straight up saying it's the final DLC. Surely, right, man? Gotta do a winter update after the heist DLC. Like, I don't know, man. If they do another DLC, maybe do like another Ill Gotten Games update part 1 and like 2 kind of update. If anything at most, I feel like just an update where you're mostly meant to just like buy a bunch of things that you just play around with for fun or something. As a final like winter update, when maybe mind that, maybe just bring a bunch of GTA 6 vehicles to 5 or something, I don't know. If they had to do another content update after that, if they have to say do the online for 2027 for GTA 6, like I can't see things going in any other way too much per se at that point. Alright, so yeah. After that whole tangent, that whole point was it's a solo heist, obviously like Hyperca Heist. And my point was being an endgame DLC, hopefully it never gets nerfed. Hopefully it stays as good as it does at launch. Because there's not like too much point to nerf the heist if it's going to be like the final update anyways, like right? You would think you would think since this will be the final update, you have like no reason to nerf the heist like after it comes out, like right, man. Like how much people have already cheated the game, like the 7th gen consoles and PC especially for like money and stuff in the game. Yeah, I don't really see a point to nerf the final heist of the game. Surely, right, man? Like, just better say a good solo heist, unlike Paprika if they're making yet another solo heist. Like, do not nerf the payouts no matter like how good it might be at launch. Do not. And like they probably learned a lot from Caprica Heist and stuff. Hopefully they won't like hell having like nerfed from the start or something. Like maybe it will never get to the crazy potential. Maybe. Maybe it just will never get to the crazy potential Caprica Heist had, of course. Maybe. Yeah, maybe yes. For some reason, there's just some reason like it won't have like the full potential Caprica like Heist ends up having for money making or anything. Which is also full on possibilities since they've developed quite a few heists at this point to kind of know more of like what they're doing nowadays. Nowadays, I would think. But yeah, that's the biggest gripe. I'm saying, do not nerf the heist in one single way. It's endgame content, like literally at this point. If you nerf the heist, like it's really dumb. If it's like the final update of the game, basically, especially. Like let people just enjoy content, like no matter how good it is. Like, and don't just nerf it to the ground, just completely ruin it and completely demotivate people to like play the heist even in the future. See, unlike Heartbreaker Heist, I want the Soul Heist to stay good forever, is my point. No reason not to when it's, yeah, in-game content. Or yeah, gearing up as part of a larger crew. Yeah, it makes sense like the other heists. You can have the option to play with other people, obviously, but you'll just make less money, like, at most, of course. Or something, or in a way, and in a way. Though also, yes, in some ways you might be able to even take like bigger risks with like multiple players, of course, and get more money than you even could solo. But then there's the whole aspect where you have to give people at least 15% cut. Most definitely, like the other heist, like they've updated to at some point in the game. So yeah, it's very much worth keeping that in mind, obviously. is that while you can do it like with multiple players, you might have more potential to make more money, but also you also have to give at least 15% cut. That they've updated it at some point for the whole online at one point. In like the last couple few the last couple few years, so that would be an interesting balance to have to keep if you're say playing with like multiple players. And yeah, stay tuned for special events featuring bonus GT money rewards, record-breaking discounts, opportunities to claim rare and exclusive treasures for the fine art collector program. Again, more on that later. But that's basically just talking about like event stuff coming up and stuff, but not too much details per se. So I don't really have comments on the rest of that, so I can get going on the stream more. Next paragraph for the Gear Up headline being is plus. If you're still in the market for one of Prick's luxury real estate lavish properties, look out for an upcoming GTA Money $2 million discount for GTA Plus members. Oh, but of course, we gotta make the mansion discounts exclusive to Plus players. Of course we do. Of course we do, because we want y'all to pay $8 up the ass each month for something, basically, if you're on the current platforms, basically, and basically. But yes, so of course they want people to pay dollars a month up the ass each month, not even including the renovations, even, arguably, even. And also, everyone can take advantage of a new limited time offer where you'll be able to get 40% bonus GTA money on qualifying shark cards. Another way they're trying to make people spend real money on the game, basically. Even though, according to like the financials like that happened recently, this game is well already made like hella fucking billions and need more billions or something. I'm sorry, like what the fuck, man? Like what the what, man? They need more fucking billions or something now, or what? What though? What though? A fucking goddamn course they want hella fucking billions more. It looks like with all this like stuff they're kind of doing in the lead up to the Court Center Heist DLC. And then also free upgrades and more, apparently, finally, on this June 17th newswire that they first started talking about the new DLC, basically. Besides for a teaser, they did like a little bit back or something. or something. Unlike one of the like event newswires, they were saying like something about like just an upcoming summer DLC without even like the title of the update or anything. I mean. So yes, the headline of free upgrades and more. Beginning tomorrow, which would have been June 18th, the same day that GTA 6 VI cover got revealed, basically. Those who own any PS4 version, physical or digital, in that case, basically, or the digital Xbox One version of Grand Theft Auto 5 will be able to upgrade to the PlayStation 5, PS5, 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 or Xbox Series X/S versions at no additional cost, and experience the best versions of GTA 5 and GTA 9 ahead of the launch of the Court Center Heist. Alright, so yeah, literally, if you're watching this, you haven't upgraded your version of the game, it might be worth upgrading to the newer version that has this main menu format and everything if you're on like a newer platform. So yes. Like I said, if you haven't already like got on a newer version of the game for some reason, and you have a newer console that has support for this version of the game with the main menu that I'm on and everything, you should totally move to that new version of the game finally, so you can like get the updated like graphics, like 60 frames, all that kind of stuff, basically. Because now that it's free, there's like no excuse like not to. Cause yes, now it's like free or whatever. There's like no excuse not to, basically. Unless say you're on like a physical like Xbox One version of the game where you're not gonna get the upgrade for free, I guess. But yeah, fucking Cockstar, I want my $10 back for this upgrade, and if y'all making it free for all these other players, but nah, they won't do that. Of course, no. Can't even give a little $10 shark card or something for those that like paid the $10 upgrade at the launch of the game or anything. It's just nope, that's not gonna happen. Apparently. Fuck us people that already invested in your game. Apparently. For the newest version of the game. Alright, so I think I left off where I said ahead of the launch of the Court Center Heist on that paragraph. So GTA 5 and GTA 9 on PS5 and Xbox Series X/S feature vast technical improvements, easy migration of your story mode and online progress, and new features including how special works, high performance vehicles, and upgrades and career progress, whatever, rewards, and much more. So basically that second sentence is just the stuff that I've basically been doing. But yes. 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 So, oh my goodness, no one body for some current anymore. Like, can you let me talk, please? Come on. But yeah, how special works being the career progress stuff, whatever. That's just all the bells, whistles that's been on the newer versions. Obviously, for that second sentence I was reading. Alright, then the next paragraph on that newswire is PC players can also experience all these updates along with PC-only features such as ray traced, ambient occlusion, and global illumination by upgrading from Legacy to Enhanced for free. And if you still haven't experienced GTA 5 Story Mode yet, GTA Plus members can also now access it along with GTA Online as part of the GTA Plus games library. Yes, that was something they did recently as well, actually. But yes, so apparently get access to the single player like Ever for the Plus subscription that they've kind of done since I think June 11th or something for the Plus event when they refreshed it last time around or whatever. AKA what I was talking about in the previous live stream that I did before this one. So you can access single player for free for the Plus subscription. Console players didn't get it for free. Aside for physical Xbox One owners, I guess nowadays. And I assume you had an 8th gen copy of the game, of course, not any 7th gen version, so it won't upgrade, obviously, unfortunately, but it is what it is. And then for PC, it's like you pretty much have to do the Plus subscription, I guess, for the single player for free, I guess, and not like a free upgrade. Unless they already did a free upgrade when the enhanced version first came out, which it might be possible they did. Which, yes, it might be possible they actually did do the free upgrade or whatever when the enhanced version came out on the PC initially, even. But yes, though. Physical digital PS4, digital Xbox One, and then PC for the Plus subscription, possibly with the initial release of the enhanced version. Might all have free upgrades now, basically. It very much does sound like. Sounds like. Alright, and then the last couple things. Stay tuned to the Rockstar Newswire for more about GTA Online, the Court Center Heist coming to PlayStation 5. Or no, excuse me, coming to PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X/S, Xbox One, and PC in July. But yes, so. Yes, so. Again, I'll stay tuned to Rockstar Newswire for more about GTA Online, the Court Center Heist. Coming to PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X, Xbox One, and PC in July. So it's for all platforms that are current, like they are right now, basically. See, unsurprisingly, just like every other recent updates for all the current platforms, basically anything that's not. Yes. Fuck. Stupid fucking body, man, for some carrying all the fucking time anymore. Jesus fucking Christ, man. So every single current platform, basically anything that's not the original PlayStation for Xbox 360 version gets the new DLC, basically. Just like the Safehouse and Hills update, just like every update since the, like, 2014 DLCs or something, I guess, or something. Or like 2020, I guess, in the case of newer platforms, I suppose. Or I should even be saying 2022, like the newer platforms, when the newer versions came out, since it would have been through backwards compatibility in like 2020, 2021, basically, for the newer consoles. I mean. And then for more info on how to upgrade GTA 5 and GTA Online, please visit Rockstar Support. Alright, so that was the newswire, basically. For the June 17th, 2026, Rockstar Newswire, the next big score. That was like the first true teaser of the Court Center Heist with the name. With the DLC reveal of the name, of course, and the theme of the update, of course. Alright, and then, yeah, the Fine Art Collector Program. The Earn Rewards of Fine Art Collector Program. Learn more about how to prepare for the Court Center Heist and earn rewards, including up to GTA money. $1,500,000 through July 13th. Through July 13th. Select to learn more. I don't know if that goes into something, but whatever. I'll look at the current news wire, I guess. So there's a tier 1 of enthusiasts, apparently, where you play GTA Online between June 18th and July 13th. So we're at the start of this current event at June 18th, also GTA 6 VR cover art reveal. Tier 1 enthusiast. Play GTA Online between June 18th and July 13th. To qualify as an enthusiast and receive GTA money, $500,000. And receive GTA money, $500,000 and a free benefactor tour to the limo sedan from Warstock. This luxurious sedan has a suite of impressive and highly practical amenities featuring armored plating and room for up to 5, along with a roof-mounted minigun and free direct delivery from Pegasus via interaction menu. So yes, yes, yes. Yes, 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 though. Fuck, fuck. So yeah, just for being enthusiasts, you just simply log in between any time before the update comes out, basically, with this event coming out. And that gets you a basic $500,000 and then the free turreted limo, basically. A limo with armor plating, C5 with the minigun, basically. Basically from Pegasus. But it's also CO vehicle as well, so I assume you get free spawning of it for the CO mini, which is nice. So it'll be a very nice free vehicle to get access to with the tier 1 enthusiast. In the slightest, at least, and in yes, the slightest, at least. The tier 2 patron, apparently, you'll need to ascend the patron status by proving you are truly up for the challenge of taking down a multi-faceted raid on the court center. So for that, you have to complete any G-Town on Heist between that same time period from earlier, the June 18th, July 13th, to receive the news outfit along with $1 million. So yes, tier 2 patron, you have to complete any G-Town on Heist in addition to log in during that period, basically. Gets you that news outfit along with the GTA money, $1 million. But I'm pretty sure it's a returning outfit, not a new outfit. I think that's been an outfit before, so it's not a new outfit, but you do get $1 million if you have the outfit before, basically. And finally, tier 3 of Elitist, apparently. Yeah, tier 3 Elitist reached the pinnacle of Los Santos's socioeconomic strata as an elitist. Mansion owners in G-Town Island who play between June 18th and July 13th will get a curated and collection of special gifts when they return to take on the court center heist. These include a GT Money $1 million discount on the art studio upgrade for your mansion that's necessary to initiate the heist, a free Annihilator stealth helicopter from Warstock, and a sculpture, plus the opportunity to unlock a unique painting to decorate your mansion. So it's basically log in and own a mansion, I guess. So it's kind of like tier 1, but you also need to own a mansion, I guess, for that one. Tier 2 is one where you have to do the heist, keep in mind. So that's the one that's the most work, I guess, for tier 2 in a way, but still. You do need to own a mansion for tier 3, though, which is a pretty crazy investment, so kind of makes sense despite just simply being a login thing. Owning a mansion at tier 3 would be where it is, I guess. Regardless, though. So there's a $1 million discount on the art studio upgrade, which means it's at least $1 million. Which means, yes, the art studio upgrade when it comes out with the Quartz and Heist DLC is at least $1 million, and to get a $1 million discount, it's probably at least more than that. Maybe it's even a $2 million upgrade, maybe you want to get like half off the upgrade or something, so maybe it's even something like a $2 million, couple $1 million upgrade or something. So you need a several $1 million mansion and a like $1 million+ art studio, I guess. Which means on average, which means yes, on average, you're going to need are you going to need like $8 million on average or something? Sorry, yes, goddamn, that's fuck, man, this stupid fucking goddamn fuck ass body for some cranes being a prick anymore, holy fucking hell, man. But yeah, yes, so, fuck. It seems though that you'll be needing, well, like several million, at least like 7 million or something on average for like a mansion, and then like a $1 million+ art studio. Literally, on average for both of those, you might need like a Megalodon start card of like $8 million. I'm not even joking for like the investment. Now, obviously, I don't advise buying a Megalodon start card for 100 like bucks. There's like 40% off right now for like 60 or something like that. I recommend just grinding the game right now how you can. Again, Casino Heist is a really good free-to-play way of doing it, especially with it 2 times on the Heist right now. So this might literally be the best event week to be grinding for the DLC if you need to, of course. So obviously I just recommend doing this free to play if you can, obviously, anyways. But yeah, something worth keeping in mind, you might need like an $8 million investment plus possibly basically. So that kind of goes into my point, they better not nerf the Heist when it finally comes out or something. that yes goes into my point that was saying that they better not nerf the Heist when it comes out, basically. Since this should arguably be the end, since yes, this should arguably be the end game DLC. Of course, the DLC before GTA 6 VI finally comes out. So why even bother nerfing the Heist? I say. Yeah, basically being the last content update before GTA 6 VI comes out, it would basically just be a pure dick move if they nerfed the Heist. But yeah, I swear though. Being endgame DLC though, like, they better not nerf this Heist or anything. Literally for real though, it would be just a pure dick move to take. It would, yes, be a pure dick move if they nerfed the final content update before GTA 6 VI comes out. Like at that point, there's literally no reason but pure greed to nerf the heist. Literally, though, literally, though. But I want to bet the art studio will probably be at least 1.5 million or something as well. More so to tier 1 and 2. I guess gives you the free cash technically, but yeah. My bet is anywhere between like 1.5, like 2, 3 million or something like that for art studio. I'm guessing for the investment basically. At like a minimum, that's what I'm expecting the art studio to be, by the way. And yet, in now, their stealth's pretty nice as well. Like, it's nowhere near as good as the Akula. The Akula is actually a better stealth helicopter that came out so many years prior. Like a couple years before the Caprico Heist released, and now their stealth. So now their stealth's actually not as good, unfortunately, as the Akula, I find. But it's still a stealth helicopter. I might be a bit biased having stealth in my PSN or something, kind of. But I do find it to be a pretty good helicopter. It's a helicopter, so it can be pretty good for grinding like a bunch of content in the game, even if it's not like the greatest helicopter. It's an attack helicopter, which is some of the best grinding vehicles in all of GTA Online, so I do find it to be pretty nice actually. For invite only like grinding, of course, for grinding a bunch of content in the game for sure though. And I'm sure the other created selection of like special gifts, like the sculpture and the unique painting will also be pretty nice, of course. And also that final paragraph I wanted to mention for tier 3 is all enthusiasts all enthusiasts and patron rewards will be available within 72 hours of completion. That's for tier 1 and tier 2, by the way. For that sentence, elitist rewards will be conferred once the court center heist arrives in July. Again, that's for tier 3. And they say it in July, interestingly, instead of July 14th or something. But according to GT Plus month like event end or something, it seems like it's coming out on July 14th, according to that, basically. And the fact it ends on a weird like Monday or Tuesday, which it don't usually do, basically. So that was the tier stuff. And finally here for the main menu, finally getting through it all. Again, sorry, body, for some reason it's been quite a prick when I was going over like a lot of information, unfortunately, for the Court Center Heist DLC. But yeah, there's 2 times rewards for the No Way Out missions, 2 times money RP and No Way Out missions. Yes, there are 2 times money RP and No Way Out missions, where you select the insert a payphone to get started or continue No Way Out. But yeah, on my first take, it gave me like 500k or something. So I don't know if it's more like 400 to 500k, like if it's less than 500k, but you could probably expect like something like 900k or something on like 2 times, which is pretty decent actually, I would say. Actually, I would very much say. Not only that, I believe it's also 2 times for plus, so I think you're effectively getting 4 times of plus, I believe, right now as well. So I think No Way Out's also 2 times of plus, so I think you get insane like 4 times like money RP, I believe, if you have like the plus subscription, which probably gives you like 1.8 to like 2 million bucks even, which is insane if you have the subscription and the basic event. Basic event. So if you're not doing Casino Heist, No Way Out stuff is pretty fun as well. Like whether it's the basic 2 times or especially if you have 4 times plus, that'll be especially good. What is taking so long? Come on, bro. Jesus. Again, what are we doing here, bro? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know if I got it for the second week at all. That might still just be for the first week. I was kind of playing them at like midnight, like 1 o'clock on like Thursday or something, I think, even. For at least half of the missions, since I actually did like 3 or 4 before it turned like Thursday, I think. I don't know if I actually got another 5K or not, unfortunately. It might just be for week 1, unfortunately, fortunately. Yeah, I was talking about like this basically, by the way, for the whole time. It's like I was just basically talking about this, by the way, for like the whole hour. It's like talking about like the update stuff or whatever. Whole hour, or like most of that hour, basically, whatever. I don't even fuck ass know if it's this goddamn fuck ass body for some current being a prick anymore. Or whatever though. This thing that's been on here since old school hits and then now available, whatever. Whatever. That thing that's been on, yes, since old school hits and then now available since December 2025 and onwards, of course of goddamn fuck ass course. Ass damn it, you stupid fuck ass body for stomach hernia. And you goddamn fuck ass more bird. It'll be the last of your bullshit, man. Like, god fucking damn, man. Game crew doesn't want to load that gray, and you're still just going to do what you're doing. Of course, a fucking goddamn fuck ass course, though. So yeah, so this is basically the June 17th teaser thing here I was talking about for like part of it at least. Part of it at least. Again, this whole thing was on since old school hits onwards. In December 2025 onwards, now available all the other stuff from that time period. It's been on here for like several months. Several months at this point. Yeah, it's a whole like thing here basically. Sorry for having to mention that again, but this stupid fuck ass body for something hurting is just fucking me up all the time anymore. It's like sorry. Man. Alright, surprisingly, regardless of the load issues there, my stream's still going, it looks like, at least. For now, at least. Congratulations. Congratulations, you have been awarded 1 million in-game items, okay. Actually, never mind. Probably did get the firing K because I haven't done a heist yet, so I haven't done a heist yet, so I think it's a firing K for tier 1 and also the firing K for the community missions. I guess it actually kicked in. I think I just logged in early on in the event, so I think that's why I probably didn't kick in yet. So I guess I finally got the firing K for the week 2 of the mission thing from like last event or whatever.
Good morning, Daddy.
Whatever though. Jesus, man, this fucking ass body for some gurney. Quit it, man. I'm in the game now. Behave, man. I'm property in GTA Online. Let's behave, please. Fuck, man. I think I got the daddy the first time for sure, though. Sure, though.
What do you need, Daddy?
Second one, I definitely for sure got.
Leave it with me, Daddy.
I think I got all 3 of them. No, I got 2 of them. That's one of these. Usually for I'm pretty sure it's one of those such cases. such cases though. But I'm just taking mansion blue just like usual, of course, because obviously like update prior to Higgins how towards what you can add like more variety of what you can take with the Higgins how towards like the weaponized stuff. Even mansion isn't like you did weaponized ones, unfortunately. Like the Higgins how towards does. Since Higgins how towards has access to all the personal aircrafts, of course, that I have had, of course. So that's why I'm just doing the mansion blade. It's basically just the same lineup, at least for the non-weaponized stuff, basically. Yes. Mansion has the exact same lineup. Yeah, it's definitely for sure the same exact lineup as Higgins, just fucking weaponized stuff or whatever, basically. So yeah, I'll see as well, just to mention related. Sorry I keep mentioning it, but yeah, just a body for some earlier. It's a question how well it's coming out on stream and everything. So it only took a goddamn fucking hour, thanks to use fucking his body for some goddamn fuck ass hurting, yeah, of course. But yeah, going on GT Series 3D's community posts, I don't have to hover over this thing, especially with the loading issues I'm already having, it seems, before I can get into the game. But yeah. Regular time trial apparently is Pillbox Hill, whatever one that one is, that goes to whatever point or whatever the map. Depending on if it goes like, especially like to the right of the map, like the west side, or like somewhere maybe more where the other highways go, it could maybe somehow be a top speed dependent one. But for the most part, you'll probably just want a laptop option in most separate cases. I do leave ones from the motorcycles class, supercars class, or the sports class, which are pretty much going to be your best couple land racing options for the game. See, as of like 2019 onwards, I think with like some kind of change it did with like Damascene Resort onwards, you can't use like weaponized or like boost vehicles, for example, like the Vigilante and stuff, basically for the time trials. So you want to stick to your with box standard motorcycles, cars, or sports cars for that reason. Also, I think it's the whole same time trial for the week. I think a brief period of time during San Andreas Mercenaries, it did change by the day, like the RCB and Data Junk Energies. I want to say you can get like one time with 50k each day. I think for some days for like 350k nowadays for the same time trial. I think. With the latest changes that happened in San Andreas Mercenaries DLC or something. And RC Bandito Town Trial looks like for a day of Sunday. I think it's one of the newer few ones that they came out with in San Andreas Mercenaries DLC to Roger Salvage and Scrap. With a 1 minute 27-second part time. So as the naming does imply, you only get the one single vehicle option you can use of the RC Bandito. And because of that, it's all about the turns corners. You gotta learn to turn corners naturally, either with like holding triangle, Y on Xbox, or key on PC for restarting if you need to restart for those turns corners that you might possibly mess up for the time trial, or RCP Data time trial. Or of course, you can maybe try to avoid that by watching a video guide on like this very platform of YouTube from somebody else or something. I don't have a particular guide for this particular one, I'm pretty sure, but yeah. There might be a guide out there that might prove to be very helpful though, regardless though. But even if you like watch a guide, you might still have to do the respawn mechanic to retry those turns corners anyways, so probably just recommend the former method of just doing the triangle Y on Xbox if you have to retry, and then keep trying it again until you get it. And the weekly HSW time trial. Not gonna hover over it since the weekly one, since I was already having like some slight load issues it seems earlier in the stream. It's the terminal one that goes to Chile Mountain State Wilderness. I believe that's the one I usually advise you don't want to follow the GPS route on, basically. Basically, I believe that's the one you don't want to be doing a GPS route on. So that's the one I think that's a GPS route over here, but as you can kind of see already, actually like marks through the countryside, which is just not too ideal to be doing. But yeah, House Special Works vehicles. HSW House Special Works as a whole does like to prioritize more on the top speed in some ways, so it's not too good to go through cross-country like desert sections like that if you can avoid them. So it won't be the exact route that you see on screen, of course, since I am at the casino, not actually at the starting point, but yeah. Eventually when you go more to like the left, like oh, and if I said like west earlier, I meant to say east. I think I said west earlier when I was talking about the highway over there, but yeah. If you mark more to like the west, like the left part of the map or something, when you pause, it should give you a better route eventually. Eventually. Yeah, like that. Like that. So I'd advise doing a route like that instead of a route like on the actual GPS route for just one particular HSW time trial at least. It is very much worth mentioning. But yeah, since streamer dragged on long enough with his fucking body for some Koreanable, and then all the information regarding the like DLC coming out, of course. For vehicle information on HSW Town, I'll just go over some of that. Basically, like show the laptop of vehicles and the LS car meet. Basically. But there's a grand total of 29 different HSW vehicles in the game, albeit I think you can only use 28 of them, since I think the weaponized Ignis is excluded since it's force up a weapon on it all times. And that alone blacklists it, even though you can use a weapon in that small window you could use it in. Alright, and then the junk energy time trial this time around for day of Sunday is Mount Gordo. A 1 minute 55 second power time. You effectively have one vehicle you can use of the junk energy inductor. You can technically use the regular inductor as well, the non-livery version, but you have to bring your own, but it's not really worth doing. It's basically the same vehicle, just without the livery anyways. And you're not allowed to use 2013 bicycles on you to have the Curse Boost feature, that came on that same update as the person as I introduced the junk energy time trials in the first place, so as long as you don't fall off the bicycle, go where you need to go, maximizing the Curse Boost, you should have no problem doing it whatsoever. I would definitely argue for sure for the junk energy time trial. If not, then look up a video guide, of course, same kind of secondary advice to Darcy and video time trial. Makes sense, obviously, because both of them you effectively have like one single vehicle you can use, and the advice are going to be pretty similar. And yeah, I find HSW junk energy to be the easiest sets of time trials, like the later sets, by the way. Then onto the premium race for the event. It is for the muscle car class. There is a total of 5 HSW options I kind of want to go over first before I go into like options for the legacy platform. So the Arbor GT came out at launch. That was like the launch HSW muscle car. And it is unfortunately the second worst one for lap time, as well as the worst one at the top speed of the 5 HSWs in particular, so I would probably not advise using that one in particular, despite it being HSW, just because it has the second worst on lap time, which is the most important metric arguably in racing. And it's even the worst for top speed, which is the main gimmick of HSW in the first place. It's pretty much one of them, not like the worst one you could use, basically. And yeah, I'm pretty sure the second one that came out was the Vigero CX HSW. That one actually is the number 1 lap time, and also like the number 2 top speed. So it's like Vigero CX HSW is arguably the best one they actually use, since again lap time is the best metric for racing. So pretty much will be the best HSW option to use for the premium race then. So yes, the regular route version of the like HSW Vigero CX is basically the best muscle car you can use for racing. If you're on these newer platforms, of course, that aren't the legacy platforms, that are not legacy platforms, of course, though. And then after that, I think the one that came out after was Dangerous Mercenaries DLC with Fiesta Bravado Buffalo EVX. That's like the electric car kind of one, basically. I think it's like the third place for a lap time, so I think it's in the middle of all the HSW options for a lap time. It's not the worst for a lap time. But then I think it's also like fourth place top speed. I think it's only above the RGT, I believe, for top speed again, which is like the main gimmick of the HSW vehicles is the insane top speeds it can hit. So yeah, while top speed is not overly important for racing compared to lap time, I think it's just better to use another option, especially when the electric vehicles have like the acceleration gimmick, which is, yes, how quick they get to top speed, but said top speed also kind of suffers for that reason. As for acceleration, I think acceleration is mostly for free mode use for like, like a gunfight real quick. Acceleration is really good for sticking off a gunfight real quick in like free mode, so I think acceleration is a lot more useful in free mode than it's for actual racing, I believe, as well. So provided with like EVX, you might want to not bother with that one too much either, quite frankly, quite frankly. And then the update after that with the Chop Shop DLC came out the Figura CX convertible, which is basically the same thing as the root version, by the way. So either the regular or the convertible Figura CX would basically be the best options to want to basically use for the HSW options if you're on, like, say, the newer platforms. Albeit if you had to give them a little bit of difference, apparently the root version might have slightly better lap time. And it's like a smidge better lap time, like literally by like the milliseconds, I want to say. And they have the exact same top speed if you had to, say, give them a little bit of a difference, but I'm pretty sure they're basically the same vehicle, aside for one being like roofed and then one being convertible, so you can basically use either of those, and it'll basically be the best two options to use for the for the HSW options if you're on newer platforms for the premium racing, of course. And then last but not least, in the last update, the Money Front DLC, like the previous update, came out with the Tampa GT, which is actually the worst of the lap time, which again is kind of technically the most important metric. But in turn, it also does have the number one top speed. So if it is a highway course for some reason, like that kind of course, then you'll pretty much want to use the top speed option in niche circumstances. So while in racing in general, top speed is very niche, there is those couple applications where you actually will be wanting top speed over lap time. And in those cases, you'll probably want to use the Tampa GT. Alright, so I'm going on Breathy 152 to get a spreadsheet actually right now. Just in case, obviously I need it for like non-HSW muscle cars especially, which I probably will just in case. I definitely got the HSW stuff pretty much correct. I remember those pretty good, basically. So it turns out you actually do get access to some S-tier muscle cars as well, even without HSW, and it's not just A-tier options like in other classes. And a couple there that are non-HSW basically will be the Dominator GT, which is the convertible Dominator from a Chop Shop, pretty sure. Buffalo STX, the Monty Tech Buffalo that came out, the contract DLC, and then Dominator FX is some Dominator that came out with like Bondar Bounties or something. I kind of forget what exact update, but it's some more traditional non-convertible Dominator for the last of those. So apparently those three particular vehicles you want to stick to for the most part when it comes to the legacy platforms that do not have HSW vehicle access whatsoever. And those three, it looks like the Buffalo STX is the most balanced for both lap time and top speed being single digit yeah. So apparently the Buffalo STX is the best one for both lap time top speed. I think it has single digit placements for both, it looks like, whereas both of the different Dominators kind of suffer in their top speed. So overall, it looks like overall, it's looking like Buffalo STX will be the best one for non-HSW options to use. But you can also use the Dominator GT and the Dominator FX pretty effectively as well. Basically, it's basically on those Galaxy platforms without the HSW support. Yeah, what is lap time? What is top speed? Lap time is turns corners in the city. But yeah, most race courses will have some kind of turn corner, regardless of like where it is, city, like kind of all throughout the map for the most part. Which is why lap time is a lot more practical for racing, basically, and is a lot more preferred than like the spreadsheet from Romy 1322 Racing YouTube spreadsheet online, basically. And then top speed. Yeah, top speed is like pure straight stuff, like real life, of course, like highways that you are actually pretty much going your highest speeds. Airport runways, obviously, because airplanes, they take a lot of speed to take off, all that kind of stuff. And then airstrips as well, whatever, like the top of the hills airstrip that came out in the last Winter's Age and Safehouse DLC. I don't assume a race course would take place there for Rocks of Created 1, obviously, since that was pretty much newer content for last year. Or that was like 2024 content there, basically. And any Rocks are created like races for the most part are before that time period. And they don't do user created ones, they only do Rocks are created for, of course, the premium racing. And yeah, obviously your day one airstrips are Grandison Nord Desert and Grapeseed. So yeah, there's really not that many pure straight areas, of course, so, compared to ones that like turns corners. So obviously that's why lap time's a lot more practical in most cases, and why you mostly want to stick to a lap time option. But it is worth noting, like on top speed, obviously there will be those niche applications where top speed will actually be the better option. And yeah, contrary to the image, I think they're always like land races and not like stunt races. It's the hot ring race I've been promoting in particular, but I don't really think they do hot ring races anymore for premium races. I assume they pretty much always do like land races, like pure land races pretty much for these, by the way, by the way. But yeah. Now, how do you know what the race course is going to be? If I'm not going over actual race course, you can do in the middle of the UI there, you can see just square for start job. That's X on Xbox, whatever key it ends up being on PC. You can go to Michael's like 4-car garage area from single player. I'm pretty sure that's exactly where the Corona is located. You can also do right on D-pad at physical Corona in that location. Or you can also join it on call for the phone, I'm pretty sure as well, basically. Those are basically the free options I'm aware of for joining the premium race. And when you go into the lobby screen, you can also do the square X and Xbox, whatever key on PC. That gives you the map of the race. If you forget to do it there, you can also do it when you choose a vehicle as well, but that's the last chance to do it for those 2 occasions if you want to do it. And then when you analyze the map, you can also look for the lap time top speed, most likely lap time, but maybe it will be a pure top speed course, who really knows, until they go in and really it up. And yeah, something what you do when you like choose a vehicle, because like when you see a vehicle, you might be able to like know better if it's lap time or top speed. If it like maybe it will jog your memory like easier. Maybe yes, it will jog your memory easier if you like see a vehicle or something. So that's why I like to do when you choose a vehicle that, where it's just purely for on call purposes or something.
How's it going?
Oops, I didn't even mean it. I don't even remember double tapping it that quick, but okay. I'll Davis and stuck on forgery, whatever. Money, trees, counterfeit cash, yeah, whatever. I don't really care too much there. I was towards Fort right though for Dave Sunday to turn around. It's deer, pig, and seagull. Deers, you pretty much find them like Longwood Hill. It's like all the huge like wilderness areas, like Mountain State Wilderness, Mount Chiliad, etc., etc., etc. Pretty easy where you would find like a deer. Pretty apparently easy for that. Surely. Pigs, you'll pretty much find in like farmland areas, so like grapeseed, possible other farmland areas in the game, basically. And then sequels, you'll pretty much find in like the bottom, like southernmost areas of the map. Obviously, like the dock areas where you do like your exotic exports of the docks over there. Same docks where you do like the Simeon vehicles, I'm pretty sure as well. Like Meriwether docks, like the airport, Vespucci Beach kind of areas, like those kind of southern areas of the map I'm talking about, basically. Like city areas, like by a lot of water, basically. And that's only if you have newer platforms, it's like the HSW contents for animals and free mode, basically. This looks like it's the Hawk Chow Drag.
Come check out the new vehicle on the
podium
podium.
vehicle?
You can win it with just a spin on the lucky wheel.
It is in fact the Hawk Chow Drag. Now it has to be eligible for all platforms, so it's not the HSW vehicle. It's just a stock Hawk Chow Drag. So you still have to do the HSW upgrades on it, obviously, if you're on newer platforms, of course, though.
The inside track features the top fillies and mares racing for glory. Come enjoy the thrill of horse racing. New races every few minutes.
Alright, 5,000 RP, whatever. Not really a fan of RP anymore for the most part, so I could still hit rank 1,000, but I don't really care. I can easily hit 32 ranks by GTA. I can easily hit 32 more ranks by GTA 6 if you have that, even without that, I'm sure. Depending on like what I do in the game. This vehicle is on Electric Motorsport website. Motorcycles, honestly. And it is a $976,000 motorcycle, apparently. Plus maybe another 20-30K at most of the delivery or something. So you could easily grind this vehicle in 1 single hour. Easily. Other features you can do for it is missile lock on jammer if you have like the agency for a free option. Otherwise, I believe both the found with Club Garage and the Engine Vehicle Workshops. If you have Plus, also you do a like lock on jammer if you have the Plus subscription on newer platforms only. Otherwise, you only really have the agency available to you for the missile lock on jammer. And it's a motorcycle, so it's a very fantastic option for missile lock-on jammer for sure. It's probably one of the best vehicles in the game for missile lock-on jammer, especially combined with the HSW upgrades only on newer platforms for the LS car meet. Or again, if you have Plus, Final Club Garage or the Mansion Vehicle Workshop for the Plus subscription for $8 up the ass a month. Roughly 1322 basically, so there won't be a letter tier to go over, but it's basically the best motorcycle in the game, especially with HSW, or one of the best without HSW even. Without HSW, it's apparently the 3rd place lifetime option, as well as 9th place for top speed. So it's literally top 3 territory for a lap time, which is insane even without HSW, and then it's literally a top 10 for top speed even without HSW as well. So single digit, for lap time and top speed, so a single efficient placement from all that's insane. And with HSW already in the #1 lap time if you take the HSW, and it's #2 top speed actually without HSW. The Western Reaver actually beats it for top speed apparently for like some rear wheel like bug thing. I think like rear wheels are like bigger or something on that vehicle or something if I recall for like why. So somehow the Western Reaver ends up being out for top speed for a non-HSW top speed, interestingly. Interesting. But yeah, Kush weed. Okay, cool. So next over to Dallas car meet. Nice vehicles here this time around apparently. Oil Voltec for day 1 games, September 17, 2013. That's a single player vehicle as well. You can fully test this one out like other modes before you buy it online. Canis Tunnel Frontier was the last of those onto some special summer 2020 for sure. So it's non-on exclusive. I think the Landstalker XL was the same update. I believe I could be wrong, but if not, it was like 2020 like onwards at some point or something. But yeah, these are both definitely on exclusives for Tunnel Frontier and the Landstalker XL. And yeah, summer 2023 or something, Sandra's Mercenaries came out about to like 200 plus vehicles or something at most at the time, I believe, and now it's like down to like 60-ish or so vehicles I think that are actually truly vaulting in the game at this point. Basically. So going on Buffy 152's vehicle spreadsheet, racing YouTubers online, like do you have like spreadsheet for new vehicles dates apparently. So yeah, the Voltic is an electric supercar, by the way. I think it's like literally the worst top speed of all the supercars, and it's literally like a launch day vehicle, so it's really just not a good one to go for. I wouldn't really advise going for the Voltic. Voltic, you're just better off customizing and all that kind of stuff in other game modes, I would say, than online, so I wouldn't really advise going for this one. But there's also the Rocket Voltage that came out in import-export. That's not an exclusive version. We might as well just get that one. But apparently it appears for the 12th time on any vehicle dealership since it got removed from the vehicle websites. I think these two are both SUV class vehicles, but SUV also has like sporty SUVs that are non-HSW as well as HSW. Like options are up to like 4 HSWs now. So because of that, I don't think these really stand a chance of being all that crazy performance for the SUV class, since why they're probably bolting the game still, despite all these years later. But apparently, just like the Voltic, the Seminole Frontier and the Landstalker XL also appeared for the 12th time for a dealership appearance, apparently. So all 3 of these are appearing for a dozenth. All 3 of these have appeared for their dozenth time now in a dealership. Interestingly. And yeah, the original Seminole, I believe, originally is from GTA 5. It's not that nostalgic, I would say, for the original Seminole, but Landstalkers, I think, have been a thing since GTA 3. I think the XL is online specific in particular, I believe, if I remember right, but yeah. At least the Landstalker as a whole has been a thing since like GTA 3, so pretty iconic for Landstalker vehicles. That could be a reason to even get this one, despite its performance not necessarily being the greatest for the SUVs class. Besides for personal preference, customization reasons, stuff, of course. And then the Class A Draggers, apparently the prize ride, actually really good vehicles for both the podium and the prize ride. But with a new DLC coming around the corner, it's not necessarily too surprising, I suppose. Oh shit, Benny's here. Let's go. But yeah, prize ride challenge apparently for this one, you have to place top 2, actually. That's really easy to do, I believe. You don't have to do it one single time, it looks like. And I think if there's only 2 people, it's basically a guaranteed entry, if I recall right, as well. So you basically just want to do a 2-player street race, and that basically does it for you. Other options are Pursuit Race, or at least one other option is Pursuit Race, but you need like 4 players for those. That'd only be like 50% chance on shots there, which isn't really ideal odds. And yeah, Freeman sprint races, drag and drift races, I don't really know if those count, because for one, sprint races in free mode might not technically be all as car meets series since they don't go on a lobby screen. And drag and drift races, I think they do count as like all car meets series, but since they came out like 2 years later, they might not be incorporated in the prize ride like challenge system for that reason. So I would just say do a street race, 2-player street race. It's a really easy way to do it. For sure though. Alright, 2 million, not 2 million there, it was just a confused from earlier, of course, with the free money or something with fast body for some current or something also being a prick. But I'm at $10,872,638, so it's like, let's go. Yeah. So everyone being 4-door off-road, unless it's a 2-door, then it could be a 2-door instead or something. Okay, but no, it's actually an off-road section. Okay, perfect for the classic Dragger. Released back in Criminal Enterprise DLC, it appears here. Yes. Came out with the 9th-gen version already out of the game, I believe. Not that matters too much, but yeah. Apparently this vehicle doesn't have much bells, whistles, doesn't have like lock-on chamber, no HSW or any of that kind of craziness. It looks like just a traditional off-road vehicle. However, despite being a traditional off-road vehicle, this one actually performs really, really good. I believe it's actually the best non-HSW, if I recall right, for a lap time. But I got switched from the removed vehicle state section of spreadsheet to lap time top speeds raced here, so it will take a little bit longer to go over that. Alright, yes, it is. In fact, the best lap time non-HSW. It's the top of the A tier for the off-road class. It is, yes, the top non-HSW lap time in the game for off-road class. So it is the very top of the A tier according to roughly 1322's vehicle spreadsheet for GT Online. Third place in lap time as well as 10th place top speed apparently, so it just barely got it. It just barely gets to stay in the top 10 apparently for top speed, at least until the last update comes out or something, basically. Or at least the last update before GTA 6 for FBI appears to come out. Since they're not straight up saying it's the final update for the game or anything for the Court Center Heist. So it seems like this vehicle will always remain pretty much good in this game. For sure though. So nothing all that wrong with that vehicle for sure. Pretty good one for a prize ride vehicle. But not also that surprising given that DLC is around the corner, so it makes sense to be putting some better vehicles on the prize rides and stuff. Lately. And then the P-Fister Straw is the HSW Premium Test Ride, apparently the latest addition actually to the HSWs in the game. However, second place in lap time, third place top speed for Sports Classics. Also, Sports Classics doesn't really make sense for like an electric vehicle, so it's not really an acceleration heavy vehicle, I believe, for that whole class, so doesn't really do anything unique. You're just better off using Turismo Classic for lap time or the Sterling GT for top speed. So it's arguably kind of the worst of the three, unfortunately, for the HSW, like Sports Classics in the game. Sadly though. So again, like I pointed out earlier, this is the one vehicle you cannot use for HSW time trials in particular, because this one has a weapon on it all the times, and because of that, it blacklisted for whatever reason. Even though there was a brief period of time before, like when the Night Gen version first came out until Current Enterprise, the first DLC that came with Night Gen in mind, you actually were able to use it in that brief period of time, and you can use the weapons. I don't know why they blacklisted it, but they did regardless. Also, this one was a mistake cleansed on the vehicle website, but actually got brought back on the vehicle website with Agent Sabotage, but between Dangerous Mercenaries and Total Agent Sabotage and Last Winter's DLC, it was actually in fact faulted. That's actually not the case anymore though, so they need to fix that at some point. Will they ever? I don't know if they will, but interesting to point out though. So because of that, there might be other mistakes, like website listings or something I don't know on this list, just to point that out. But yeah, the P-Fister Straw is a Legend Motorsport one from this DLC, of course, like I said, it's the latest one that came out actually for just the vehicle as a whole. So it's very relevant with the latest update, of course, being pretty much the newest HSW vehicle in the game. It's only 3 of them, so it's not that bad if you go for that vehicle or not. I'm just saying it's not as good as the Turismo Classic or the Sterling GT for Sports Classics. It's actually the worst of the 3, arguably, for the HSW Sport Classics in the game. Alright, now over to arguably what will be the quickest dealership for the luxury autos, since those ones aren't even usually on like some kind of discount and are pretty much never vaulted vehicles as well. like the Grotti Italic Classic, one of the newest sports classics. That came out in this DLC alongside the Debaucher Rapid GT X. Say it like that because it's spaced for some reason. I think there's Tommy GTX as like one word, for example. So it's kind of weird they kind of like spaced it out like that on that particular one. See, the Grotti Italic Classic again is one of the latest vehicles released literally in this DLC as a sports classics. I think pretty much every single like sports classic that came out in this DLC was actually really good, aside for the GT750. I think that was like the only one that wasn't really that good performance for a new sports classic in this DLC. So it's probably something like an A tier at like worst or something. So this one's definitely gonna be a pretty fine sports classics vehicle. And then I think last DLC actually released this one for money front. Debaucher Rapid GT X. Spaced weirdly like that for some reason, not just GTX as one word. Like again, Domir GTX I think is one word for GTX, but yeah. I assume this one's just like a mid-tier sports car. It could be wrong though, but yeah, I don't assume it's not worth it, honestly. Unfortunately.
Hey, I haven't seen you at the Epsilon training. You okay? Yeah, absolutely.
So if any of these vehicles is not worth getting, it's definitely going to be the Italic Classic for like a non-HSW Sports Classics vehicle, especially if you're on those legacy platforms. I mean, it's like a pretty solid A tier option or something, for sure. And I don't assume those are on discount, right? Yeah, Italic Classic is. No, I'm not surprised about that. Alright, yeah, it's not either. Not surprised there, of course. Yes, sorry, I'm kind of all over the place here. Alright, yeah, they do. And they should have this update for popular. Right, alright, they do. They do. And here there's a very apparently. Day one vehicle, yeah, it's a day one vehicle basically for single player September 17, 2013. 17 units, super diamond, same thing there. This one's at least CO vehicle, so you should be able to get this one as a free CO vehicle when you purchase it, which is nice. Oh, it's not anywhere near the greatest CO vehicle. Kenneth Kalahari is actually Beach Bum DLC, which is pretty much the first vehicle DLC for the game, so that means it's also in story mode, fully customizable there, so I don't really say that's actually the greatest. Class A Vamos, on the other hand, came out in 2018, I believe, with the Arena Wars DLC. However, this one kind of handles like ass, if I recall. Like, it'll just turn randomly to like the left or something on like its own a bunch of times or something. From what I've heard or something, so it doesn't drive that well, I'm pretty sure, unfortunately. But yeah, so it's not necessarily the greatest muscle car either. And then the Apache 770 is like a like finance felony like sports car or something like 2015 like. See if exactly if criminals like a late 2015 or like finance felony like mid 2016. I'm pretty sure on the vehicle here. I'm pretty sure for like the sports car with its like time of release or something. So it's definitely online exclusive like the Vamos is. So 100% I wouldn't really go for the first three since they're also in on, or actually 100% I wouldn't go for the Coquette or the Kalahari since they're also in story mode, like another mode of the game. And I don't assume they're that impactful performance-wise for their classes, like 100%. The Super Diamond is maybe if you want it for like a free CO vehicle. Like honestly, being a free CO vehicle is kind of a big deal in a way. If you just want every CO vehicle for free, I suppose is something cool to go for, I suppose. It was also a very iconic vehicle in like Grand Theft Auto 4, the Baldigate Tony episodic DLC at the time. Like it was a very cool vehicle in that DLC. It was, yes, definitely a very cool vehicle. Released in that DLC for sure though. Sure though. But two spotlights will definitely be the Vamos sort of 770 being on exclusives. And even then, I don't think those perform that great for their class, unfortunately. So I think the best one is for sure Super Diamond for the CO vehicle. For sure. Yeah, it is a CO vehicle indeed, and I think you do only get it for free if you buy it, I believe, as well. I believe. So I think these are all going to be vaulted vehicles, like, it's card me, so I have to go over that stuff again. So it was like around 2.5, like 3 years of vehicles being vaulted, like I kind of mentioned with Sanders Mercenaries coming out in summer 2023, being basically summer 2026 now. Basically. So Coquette apparently is on some kind of dealership for the 14th time now, apparently, which I believe is the second highest appearance rate of the current event week. Super Diamond's actually tied for some elite's appearance rate of the event week at 11 appearances. That's actually alongside the Kalahari right next to it. Those both actually have 11 appearances, it's just in the least of the whole event. The Vamos apparently appears for the 13th time on any sort of like dealership kind of free appearance since being vaulted. And then the 770 has been around for the 15th time apparently at a dealership. Any sort of dealership. Having the highest appearance rate of any of the 8 on vaulted vehicles this time around for the dealership appearances. So it's pretty much the most common one of the 8 this time around, of course. With some of the least common ones this time around, I mean the Super Diamond, the Kalahari. And Super Diamond I would definitely give for the CO vehicle for free. Why not? That's like the one real good thing about that for sure. For on in particular. So I want to go over to weekly challenge right now. Free event. For that, I apparently have to rob the daily vault in the Diamond Casino Heist apparently one time, and I could see a $100,000 bonus. I don't think there's anything special going on, just $100,000 cash for it. No clothing item unlock or any of that. Indeed, that's the case. There's also a community race series going on right now, apparently. Featuring underscores RBN Diamond Ring 1. Returning. There is a new left bracket VNS right bracket. Fuck ass body for some curious. I'm fucking trying to kill me right now. Holy fucking hell. But yes, there is the left bracket VNS right bracket. F2F Pipe Bomb apparently is the new map apparently for the event. Now I don't actually 100% know if it's a platform exclusive. I don't know if they actually go over that or not. Actually on GTA Series Radius can you post it? Maybe they do on the newswire actually. I'm not 100%. Still though. Still though. Oh, and if I said 2 times, by the way, it's actually 3 times for the community race series apparently this time. It doesn't straight up say if it's platform exclusive on the new map, but it might be for all I know regardless. But yeah, it doesn't say it's platform exclusive on the new map. Also includes the return of Duck Dodge Drive. Jump like apostrophe hit or something. Panto Power Pipes. Switchback and Trophy X Truck X Crasher apparently return. And I think that's it. It's just stunt racing, not regular races apparently for race series. But also it seems like all the community missions are permanent, at least for the time being. For Detective Storage or Nightmare, also Santos 2062, what's it's from over a month ago or something. That's right for what's in particular. Polito-based slasher running the gauntlet, and the Scramble Heist. All are still in the game. They're probably just regular money right now though, instead of on there 4 times. They've been on for the last 2 weeks though, before this event came out. I think it's really cool of them to keep these in the game for sure. Easily accessible in the community missions section for sure though. I really appreciate that. They're actually pretty fun to play for sure. Or they were really fun to play when I played them the 2 times, obviously. Like on stream for the first time and then off stream for the second time. So. Okay, so apparently it's not just 2 times for the heist finale, there's also guaranteed artwork in the vault as well. Which makes a lot of sense, obviously, because the Quartz Center does sound like it's an artwork-focused heist, like it's just an artwork heist, it sounds like. So it kind of makes sense for the casino heist, it would actually lock the artwork, kind of being around the Quartz Center heist coming out. So the artwork's actually a pretty quick, loot type, I'm pretty sure, actually. The artwork's actually pretty quick, if I recall right, actually, compared to cash, gold, diamonds. I think it's actually the quickest loot type, actually, so that's actually pretty good, actually. That's actually locked the artwork. So sorry I didn't point that out earlier, but yeah, it's actually locked the artwork. I didn't 100% know it, to be fair, either, so that's why I waited to mention it until now, but yeah, hates that even still. Again, No Way Out is in fact 4 times or plus, like I was suggesting earlier. They point out on the HT service videos you can post. So again, I think it pays out like 900 to $1 million or something on 2 times, so like 1.8 to 2 million, I want to say, on 4 times. So if you have GT Plus, especially No Way Out, it's actually pretty worthwhile. Still pretty worthwhile, you know, like about $1 million or something each run if you didn't want to do like a casino heist with like another friend or like random or something. So it's nice that there's a nice alternative that's not the casino heist for those who might not want to do that for some reason. And then contact missions, casino missions are also apparently on at 2 times for the story missions. And right, actually that's unlike other ones, it's in recreation. Actually, pretty sure. So loose chain, housekeeping, strong arm tactics, play to win, bad B, and cashing out are all on it 2 times apparently right now for money RP. Loose chain being the first mission. First missions are usually some of the easier ones for Mission Strand. I don't think it's any different here. It's definitely going to be a pretty fun one to replay, I would say, for 2 times money RP. Housekeeping, I think you do it like a bunch of melee in like the casino, then it like is a chase on like a motorcycle or something, which can be kind of annoying. If you can switch from the Hotshot Drag at the start or something, it could actually be a much easier mission, and maybe then it could actually be kind of worth replaying for that reason. Strong arm tactics. I think strong arm tactics is actually one of the 2 worst ones you could replay, I think, because I think there's like a huge shootout in that mission, I think. Yeah, I think strong arm tactics. I think strong arm tactics is one of the hardest ones of the casino missions, actually, because I think there's like a huge shootout in that mission. So I wouldn't really advise playing strong arm tactics again and again. In particular, I think that's one of the worst ones it could be doing for money making. I think play to win is the one right after that shootout where you like blow up the gas tankers and stuff, if I recall right, or whatever. That mission's actually one of the more accessible, easier ones to beat, I believe, as well. Bad B is that huge shootout mission that takes place at the actual casino. That one might be even harder than strong arm tactics, given you can't really use like a personal vehicle at all on that one. For the most part, pretty sure. See, a bad B, I don't really advise. So, like strong arm tactics, I think bad B will be the other of the 2 that I would say for sure you would want to avoid. And cashing out is a stealth mission. You can actually do it entirely stealth until the end, I believe. I think until you have to kill like the final guy, you can do it pretty much entirely stealth, I believe, if you do it right. So cashing out can be pretty easy if you do it right. Otherwise, the other 3 that I advised earlier would be better, basically. But if you can do it stealth, it's actually a really easy mission. For sure, though. For cashing out. For the finale mission. So yeah, those are all 2 times apparently for the event. Those, yes. I didn't mean to go to tier 3 by accident like I did there, but yeah, all 6 of those missions are 2 times. I don't think casino missions pay the greatest, or at least they didn't before they buffed the payouts permanently. Or something, if I recall right. They might have like 50% boosted him or something. I think in recent updates where they do like a permanent like money boost, they give him like 50% boost or something, I want to say. So maybe you can get like 50, 60-ish K, 60 like 70-ish K or something per mission for like 16 plus minutes or something. Actually, that might not be too bad, but it's not as good as No Way Out or the casino stuff for sure. Not for sure, it won't be as good as the No Way Out or casino like Heist for sure though. For sure though. And since I'm on the screen, by the way, there's also 2 times money RP and casino chips for the work missions as well. Okay, they don't show a list of all the casino work missions, unfortunately, but yeah. There's at least 13 different varieties, it looks like, for casino, like, work missions or whatever, the free mode missions from, yes, Agatha Baker. The Agatha Baker's casino work missions are 2 times money RP and even the casino chips as well, apparently. Even yes, the casino chips are also 2 times. Not really many opportunities to get 2 times casino chips, so that's definitely a pretty nice thing for sure though. For sure though. And also all the different maps of Drop Zone are also apparently back as well. 2 times or something, 2 times or something, yes.
How you doing?
So yes, though. Drop Zone 1 to 5 is also available, apparently, for 2 times money RP. If I remember right, Overtime Rumble was the last week, so I don't know why it's still in there. I'm surprised it's still in there, given how happy they get with the adversary modes, to be honest. But yes, though. I assume despite it being in for another week, it's actually not on like the 2 times or anything for Overtime Rumble, and it will only be the Drop Zone 1 to 5, unfortunately though. I think the last thing going on for money stuff. Oh, and yeah, by the way, actually for adversary modes, for adversary modes, I would say for an hour of your time, you're probably not going to make more than like a couple $100,000 an hour, because it's based on like amount of time. It can like play out how the game it plays out in general plays into that amount of time. amount of players in a sense also determines payout, which heavily depends on like what mode you're playing. I don't think drop mode exactly is like. I mean, drop zone. I don't know if that one has exactly the most players. It's not Motor Wars, which might be a similar mode, and that's like battle royale and like lots of player focused or something. But yeah. No matter what, I don't think you make more than like 100,000 like those adversary moves for the most part. Unless it's like the crazier ones, like the Assault and ATT-16 tiebreaker, like the Mansion Raid or something. I think those crazier ones can maybe pay a little bit more, but yeah. Or possibly even a good bit more, but not 100%, not 100%. But yes, though. If I read priority file for this particular event, it's the brute force file. So yeah, 2 times, but you can only do it one particular time for the week. Is a brute force file for 316,000. Might be one of the worst couple to play, unfortunately, between the 4. Fine Art and Project Breakaway are easily the best ones to go back and back on, which you can at least do them back to back. It was like your main grind you do for the game for some reason. For these, if every priority files, if it's like your main grind, you can always do them back and back. Like back to back, since they're not priority file for either of these two, but yeah. Yes, though. If you only ever play these on priority file, it's not the greatest one to play, however, though. I do like how this one of the like setups is only just going to the music locker. You don't have like an actual mission much to do for that one, which is nice. That's the one nice thing about brute force, I would say. I would say. But I think it's like a mechanic with the business, so it's not necessarily like an event week thing in particular, but it does change about a week, so I still go over it per se, though. After that, I think I want to go over to Salvage Yard. But like how this is after San Andreas Mercenaries, or I think it's starting into more of that stuff for like the computers and stuff, but they just don't like let you register to see for the computer on this one. There's business. I know it's kind of all over the place for different things and stuff, but I find that interesting. I find it interesting though. So salvage yard robberies this time around. Standard range is the Winnie Izzy Rally. Mid range it's only without a Viserys, and then top range is the Benefactor Elm 87. Yes, Elm 87, Elm 87, Elm 87, yes. I chipped that a bit because the fuck ass body for some currently, of course, but yeah. So yeah, the Winnie Izzy Rally HSW eligible vehicle for no loss also Santos Drug Wars DLC. Obviously, it's not HSW in the Fiends, that's a good pop. Obviously, though, it's not HSW for the thing, though, since it has to be compatible for all the platforms, though. Just trying to get some background on some of those vehicles, basically. When I go over them. But yeah, the standard range vehicle this time around is for the cargo ship robbery, according to the GT series videos coming post. Yes, that one in fact is the cargo ship robbery. And it's at a max sale value $259,000 or its salvage value $207,200. And after that is the Lampadati Visitors from the Doomsday Heist DLC. Sports Classics vehicle you can actually get front mounted machine guns on it in the free mode, but yeah, it's not a feature obviously in the robbery itself though, unfortunately though. But again, it's a mid-range target, whatever. And that one's for the Duggan robbery, not to be confused with the podium robbery. The Duggan robbery is the one that takes place at the arena. And that one, for max sale value, is $338,000, and its salvage value is $270,400. And finally, last but not least, the benefactor LM87 is... I'm pretty sure it's the one-seater subcar from the Colonel Enterprises DLC back in like summer 2022. Pretty sure. And that one's for the King Banger robbery, which is the Mission Road Police Station one. Basically. And it has a max sell value of $410,000. And a salvage value of $328,000 exactly, giving interestingly. So that's the salvage yard vehicle lineup, and again, that was the top range vehicle for that last one, obviously. But yeah, none of them are claimable, so I don't know what the banning plates are. But yeah, it doesn't really matter anyways, they're not claimable. I think GT Series videos only goes over banning plates and ones that are claimable, I'm pretty sure, so yeah, I don't have that information, obviously. I'm not going to be doing them like on stream or anything. So apparently there's a free property right now, by the way. Basement foreclosures. It's also a discount. So. Sorry, it's like all over the place. Alright, so they're not giving you the worst location for free, at least it's good to see. Oh, wow, it's a grape seed location. It's the second worst one anyways, so. Dr. Dre, Dr. Fuckhead's retard, apparently, we're at that Record A Studios. Nah, I don't find Dr. Dre retarded. I think his music's pretty awesome, though. I'd just be kidding around, of course, though. But honestly, the highway access doesn't look that bad on that one. I guess you could say kind of the same thing for this one, but obviously you have like all that other distance to go. So this one's actually not as bad as it might seem, since there is actually the highway access not far from there, I suppose. And you are obviously in a better situation, arguably, than you would be over here. At least by a little bit, I would say. It's actually not too bad, but it's also not... might be like literally again the second worst location. So if you don't have an arcade, you can at least get the $1,565,000 Wonderama Grape Seed location entirely for free for this particular event. But yeah, you're definitely better off just spending on the city location. you're definitely much better off to be on a city location, even with the highway access. I'm sure. Because obviously, if you're in the city, you're in like kind of location of the. If yes, you are in the city, you're already basically in like the main area the casino's in, even if it's not got highway access. And obviously, like the one I have is like pretty much the closest one, arguably even. Yeah, video getting is basically, I would say, the best one since it's the closest highway access. I don't think it's the most expensive one, but I mean it is better than the most expensive one, I believe, for sure. But yeah, any non-free one is 40% off basically, and then upgrades modifications are 40% off. For all I know, the upgrades modifications might just include the ones on the website, might not include like the arcade cabinets or any of the like inside arcade upgrades. It might even include those though, I'm not sure. Sometimes it can be kind of random with some, I feel, sometimes though. So you're kind of getting alright upgrade, obviously, off the cosmetic styling. It's just getting okay discount on the murals. Murals don't even seem that expensive already anyways. Again, alright discount here. Again, not the craziest. I mean, there's the style, complete cosmetic discount stuff. Whatever though. Neon paint, not neon paint, but neon art is probably one of the more like expensive like cosmetics. It's like that one you can definitely get alright discount for sure. Personal quarters will allow you to spawn at the properties, so that will for sure be pretty good. And then the high score screens will just be a cosmetic-y thing for the most part, or something that doesn't like overly matter per se. High score screens stuff don't matter too much though, since it's mostly just cosmetic or something that won't overly matter at least though. And obviously the garage for 10 vehicles is definitely pretty good. But I'll say for the most part, as long as you have personal quarters in the garage, you're honestly pretty set on the renovations for like the bare minimum renovations to consider at least. Not including ones in the actual arcade, assuming those are even on 40% discount. Might just be the website ones 40% for all I know, but if there is any in the actual arcade. Master Control Terminal is pretty fine, but you can also get that now, like the Terabyte I think as well, even. It's kind of like the little nano drone thing you can get. I don't know if it's that good since you can actually still be killed when you use a nano drone, apparently, in particular versus like the other RC vehicles where you're kind of in a more invincible state. If they got nerfed with like the compact EMP launcher now being able to disable those, alright, basically. But arcade cabinets can kind of increase your income a little bit for the arcade. I think it caps out like 5,000 every 48 minutes, which isn't really that good, to be honest. So, like, even that doesn't really overly matter too much, I would say. I would say. But can still be something, especially if you're spending like a lot of time in free mode or something. And like for sure there is auto renovations that help you out with the actual like heist, of course, though, with like the like casino like replica kind of thing, like especially the mini games that help you out with the heist, like mini game things you have to do obviously to like get through the like vault and everything with like the hacking and like the drilling. Always good to have those like in hand. To be fair, to drilling is actually better to do Pacific. No. Not Pacific. Not Pacific. Stupid fuck ass body post. Don't carry that fucking up there, of course. Yes. I'll be for the drilling one. It's actually better to do Felisa job. Felisa job basically is the same like drilling kind of mechanics anyways. So when you do Felisa job, you actually get paid when you practice the drilling, whereas practicing drilling in the actual like arcade, you don't get paid for that, obviously. That's obviously, even if you have like better convenience for practicing it, which is obviously a better reason to get that in that particular case. But especially for the fingerprint hacking, it's something very good to note that, obviously, if we're doing the heist as quick as possible. So if any of that's 40% off, definitely the fingerprint like hacking kind of stuff is definitely pretty good to have access to. Oh, apparently there's a penthouse. Wait, what the heck? I swore I pressed that, did I not? Weird game, weird game. So it looks like there's also discounts for the master control. Or no, not master control terminal. Fuck it, that's body for some kind. Yeah, but there's also discounts for casino penthouse. I mean. Because I believe you need it for casino story missions, so it makes sense to always be on like some discounts. That kind of makes sense. Casino penthouse would definitely have like some discounting going on with it for sure though. So it's 40% off the basic master penthouse alongside any like customization, like the upgrades, modifications, modifications are 40% off as well, excuse me, no. But a lounge area is pretty much just a pure cosmetic, I think, for the most part. But yeah, the media room I think lets you watch like the media room I think lets you watch like movies for free. So you don't have to go to the movie theaters for that little bit of change, I suppose. You can also play the Don't Cross the Line game, which I think you can also play that at the. I think the CO offices also have the Don't Cross the Line game, I believe, as well, whatever that even is. Whatever that even is. We had a spa. I think the spa lets you do haircuts free. So that can be a little something. Bar and Party Hub has the first 2 arcade games that ever came out in the thing. The first 2 ever arcade games that came into the game are at the Casino Penthouse. At the time, they were obviously exclusive, but obviously the arcade has those now. Like a year later or something that came out or something, or literally like the update after or something. Even actually. Be a private dealer. But yeah, this one I don't know if it's not good to go for if you're just going for the arcade stuff, or like that might be the most practical stuff really. We had a private dealer as a blackjack, free card, poker stuff. Yeah, I don't really think. I mean, no. If you can get this modification, like upgrade, modification, whatever, then yeah. Quite frankly, then like it's kind of pretty good actually. Pretty good actually is what I'm gonna say. Obviously, you can make money from this one here, I believe, so that's really good. But if you can't do any of the gambling activities in the other parts, I think it's region locked. I mean, like your region or something, though, I believe. You might be able to use like VPN, a virtual private network. You might be able to use a VPN, a virtual private network, or something that might somehow let you get around it somehow. I don't know, honestly, but I don't know if consoles can do that or something. I could be wrong. Maybe PC definitely could, surely. So there might be like a workaround kind of way to do it for all I know, but yeah. Like I think it depends on your region if you can do it or not, for the most part. But office comes with the gun locker and a hidden safe kind of like gimmicky kind of like cosmetic kind of thing. The nightclub has a complimentary nightclub. No. Fuck ass body for some reason. Make me mess up the silliest things. Come on, man. Come on, man. But yeah. The nightclub that came out before this, I think, has a complimentary gun locker. If you get the nightclub, I think it just comes with the gun locker without having to renovate it for it. So like, it's not that useful. Extra bedroom's not that useful. Yeah, private dealer in the garage, I would say, are definitely the best 2 to get here for the renovations. Pretty much. Garage, like everywhere, if your region allows you to get it, and private dealer is also good if your region lets you get it or something. Yes. So if the region lets you get it or whatever, private dealer is pretty good. But yeah, the garage will always be pretty worth it though. And yeah, different like color palettes or whatever. Let's see, like the different color palettes. I mean, are 40% off. I mean, and those different patterns are obviously 40% off as well. Obviously, those later ones are just cosmetics though. So really, it's a private dealer in the garage that mattered the most. That's for just a basic penthouse. Basically. There's also Master Penthouse decorations in the casino store, also a discount. I should have probably showed that off when I was at the casino if I had known more about it, but I didn't 100% know that was a discount. But yeah, any decorations you can buy at the casino store are actually on discount for the event, apparently. So those are definitely pretty nice discounts, since they don't do those all that often for the casino store decoration discounts. gives the actual nice time to use your casino chips for discounted rates, basically. Finish range vehicle discounts at this point. To go over, basically. Also the gun van discounts too, actually, my bad, not just vehicle discounts, but also the gun van discounts. I think that's where there's a couple of things. I'm pretty much almost done here. Think so. Alright, so I think it'll be this as first discounts, I believe, for this event. Starting with the Nimbus, apparently, for the Finance and Bounty DLC. This was a 4 hangars worth thing, so it's a Pegasus vehicle. Yeah, the Nimbus was a 4 hangars worth thing, so it is, yes, a Pegasus plane. It's also before trade prices were a thing for Finance Bounty, I'm pretty sure, so it's a $1.9 million plane to $1,330,000 plane, no matter what player you are. Pretty much. Also, every single vehicle discounts 30% off this time, by the way. So like motorcycles earlier, planes do count as extra classes. There's no letter tier to go over. But yeah, the Nimbus. Nimbus looks like it's 17th and 16th place for laps on top speed, respectively, out of 39 planes in the game. I think technically 40 and 41 without the untested, like, Agent Sabotage ones of the Duster 300H and the Titan 250D. Those haven't actually been tested yet, so out of 41 planes, technically. Either way, if it's out of, like, 39, 41. But it's very much out of top 10 for both, unfortunately, though. There's no HSW planes or anything, so, like, every single plane is basically on all platforms that are able to still play GT 9, of course. And yeah, it's worth noting there's no storage upgrades. Or no. It is worth noting there's no storage limit on Pegasus vehicles. You might as well buy if you have the money for it, since you can, like, own as many Pegasus vehicles as you want, basically. But with a DLC around the corner, it's probably not too ideal to get this vehicle, unfortunately, though. But hey, never know, they might add a lock-on jammer to it next update or something. Who knows? Since they finally started doing plain lock-on jammers in this update, 2000 Hills. So say if it gets a lock-on jammer on it, might be worth putting one in like the hangar or something. Something. The Shamal is apparently also on discount for a day one plane. So this one you can also this one you can obviously also get in store mode, where it will basically be practically almost the same thing. And yeah, this was again before trade prices, so $345,000 discount, 30% off, basically. And once again, it's running $45,000 off on this one, apparently though. Shamal performs worst, apparently it's 23rd place lap time, as well as 22nd place top speed. So I don't even think it matters with the accounting of the Agent Sabotage aircraft. Someone tested, I think he weights below average for the class for both lap time and top speed at 23rd or 22nd, whatever I said basically earlier. So again, with a DLC around the corner, it might not be the smartest thing to spend on it, but also never know, it might get a lock-on jammer next update or something, since they kind of start adding like aircraft with lock-on jammers to DLC or Safehouse Hills. There is a good possibility it could end up being a lock-on jammer next update. Otherwise, there is no storage limit on Pegasus vehicles. You might as well just get it if you have the money for it and you think you'll have enough for the DLC or something. So I think there's at least 3 legendary motorsport discounts, I want to say, if I remember right. None for popular, apparently. Alright, but yeah, the Inista Vestra premium for Doomsday Heist says 30% off discount, apparently. I don't believe that's the trade price. I think trade prices for Doomsday were pretty much just vehicles actually featured in the Heist. Yes, this one actually has front mounted machine guns on it, but didn't actually feature in the Heist, I'm pretty sure. $297,000 off, I see, on the 30% off on this particular vehicle. Has missile lock-on jammer available, which at least helps it use the front mounted machine guns easier, so it is kind of a good fit, I would say, so you can use those front mounted machine guns easier. So you can pretty much use it for like a little like headhunter VIP work, basically, if you absolutely like wanted to or something, but there will always be like a better option to use, like an attack helicopter or something anyways, for like a headhunter VIP work for like, let me see, 25-ish K or something like that, like 20-25K. Now, of course, on rare events could go for like 2 times or something like that on a VIP work. Yeah, I think it's even one like as high as like even 3 and 4 times sometimes as well. So it's a civilian vehicle that is nowhere near the greatest point B transport with just machine guns. It's not the craziest thing out there with weapons, honestly, nowhere close. But that alone definitely gives it some very good capabilities alone. And it requires the Avenger MOC, where I think it doesn't say, but you can also use the like Arena Workshop as well. Or the Arena came out like a year later compared to like Avenger from like winter 2017. Winter 2018 added the Arena like weaponized mechanic that basically does the same thing as well. So there's at least 3 options to do that for actually getting the modification. Alright, so out of extra classes from roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet credit to that person for all performances, of course, to go over. It's D tier and it's like 20th place lap time. And 23rd place top speed for sports classics, which has like 50 something ish vehicles. 54 vehicles at this point, apparently. So it is above average for both metrics in its class for lap time top speed. It's not anywhere close to top 10 territory, but it does have the weapons to kind of make up for that, of course, to give it some capability in place of its not as great performance. So I do think the vehicle is worth it for the guns, for sure. Gives you more utility than you can ask for like a lot of vehicles in this game. Still, even just basic amounts of machine guns. Also from the OG Heist DLC, here's some of that Casco on discount. Now, it technically did release at a time where vehicles still came to story mode. If like Forgotten Games, up to Part 1 and 2, vehicles still go into story mode. But the Heist DLC was an exception to that rule, where even with its release in early 2015, even when vehicles are still going to story mode, like mid-2015 even, it actually was an online exclusive vehicle for the Casco, alongside anything that was in the OG Heist DLC. And it, I believe, technically is a trade price, since it is a vehicle from the Heist DLC, and it did feature in the Heists. So on the supposed quote-unquote trade price, it has $680,000 to $476,000, like a $204,000 discount, 30% off. But also, this was 2015, like I said, trade prices weren't being, like, even, like, mid-2016 when I was talking about, like, the Nimbus earlier. So it's actually the price for technically doing the heist, but it's not directly a trade price, since also for the mechanic was a thing. But way later on in the game's lifespan, like, way later, even after the original release of the 2015 heist, they gave them buy it now prices where you don't have to do the heist, but they still appear on the websites. Whereas I think back in 2015 you have to actually do the heist to get the vehicles just to even show up on the websites for any price at all, basically. At all, basically. So it will possibly be more expensive if you have not done like Prison Break. I think it's heist Casco appears in basically. Something with the Prison Break, I think, gets you like the discounted price. That's not directly a trade price, but some other kind of discounted price, basically, like variant of it, basically. Yeah, so number sports classics also, by the way, just like the Sylvestra. Couple tiers worse though, from D tier to F tier though. Getting at 26th place for a lap time. It's also 11th place apparently for top speed, just out of top 10 now for top 10. So I think literally just this update got the front from like top 10 top speed. So obviously there was HSW's draw that's like really good for top speed, since HSW is pretty much guaranteed it was top 3 for that metric. So Casco used to be really good for top speed, now it's not anymore. At least on the newer platforms it's not anymore, unfortunately, but yeah. It's not bad for top speed, at least if you want to get for that. Probably for a lap time measure, it's not really anywhere near as good for a lap time. Might even kind of be below average for a lap time, at least between the 50 raceable options. It goes up to 54 for like non-raceable sport classics, I think. So it can be a pretty nice top speed sports classics option, especially on the legacy platforms. Probably it's kind of like outdated there now for the current platforms. And only like this update even, with the crazy amount of good sport classics and stuff they provided. Okay, 4 doors, but yeah, the Rampant Rocket is also on discount, which should be the last of the 3 on discount on this website that I was projecting earlier. This one's for motorcycles class, going from $925,000 to $647,500. That is around a 270-80-ish motorcycle. Gotta go back over the extra classes. So it won't have a letter tier, unfortunately. But I don't think this one performs that good anyways, to be honest though. Seems like more of a gimmicky vehicle than anything really, rather than being performance heavy. Yeah, it's 31st place lap time as well as 43rd place top speed, apparently. And there's only like 50-ish motorcycles in the whole game, even. That's below average for both lap time top speed. So this doesn't really have like any good vehicle performance whatsoever. It's really more of a gimmicky, like freewheel, like tricycle kind of car slash motorcycle in a way. It's really not that good of a vehicle, unfortunately, aside for being an interesting, gimmicky kind of vehicle. If that's kind of your opinion, it's pretty cool, but otherwise, don't expect performance from this vehicle. And I think all the rest of them are all on the Southern San Andreas Super Autos website, it very much looks like. None for popular ones again, apparently. Apparently for the coming stunts DLC, there's the Lampadati Tropos Rally. Apparently. So have favorite air hurler liveries or Stronzo and take it to the mod shop to renew the livery though. For some reason, can some vehicles just be that particular way compared to like pretty much any other vehicle in the game, pretty much. Be 30% off gives you around like $240,000 off. It looks like. Yes, very much. Yeah, this one's in the regular sports class. Apparently, it's like a rally style sports car, I believe. So back from Esther classes to lifetime side speeds, race tiers. Yes, indeed, it's the case. It is in regular sports class, not sports classics. It's probably rally style sports cars, as the name would suggest. And those don't really perform that good, and it is an I tier apparently, so yeah, not that good. At least for a lap time anyways. But probably the same exact thing, of course, for top speed as well. It has 81st place for lap time. And 64th place for top speed, apparently. And yeah, of like 117 sports cars in the game, that's definitely below average for the class, regardless of how you slice it with both metrics, 100%. But again, it's a rally style sports car. I think those ones do actually have better off-road traction loss compared to your average sports car. So if it's like an off-road heavy sports class race, it could be interesting. It could be a little interesting for off-road like sports class races. I think being like off-roady, like rally kind of like sports car, I think it does get some like off-road traction loss benefits that other ones don't. But like besides for that, it's not really that good. And even then, it's probably still like foreshadowed somehow, but like just a generally good sports car. I wouldn't even doubt it, honestly. But it might actually be a better performance sports car off road with some like off road traction loss kind of gimmick to it or something. Depending on it being like an off road course, of course. Yeah, I think there is a discount here, it doesn't show as a discount. I think it's because I have it free, but apparently the Spunk Buffalo looks like it's free. I mean, I know it is free. I mean, I didn't mean to say free. I mean, it's on a 30% off discount, apparently, but it doesn't show like it is because it's free for me. So somehow the Sprunk Buffalo is listed for sports as a 30% off discount, but depending on like what kind of player you are, you might already have this vehicle for free anyways. So whatever the price is, normally it will be 30% off if it's not free for some reason. So I don't know, for this discount, I don't know if you can be just a regular PS4 player, like, or Xbox One player, just migrate to PS5, for example, for like the newer free upgrades, for example, announcing it that way, or like what, or if you need to be like on 360, if you need to be on like 7th gen, 8th gen, and 9th gen, I don't know. You might have needed 7th gen originally to get the discount. I don't 100% know actually for the free discount instead of the 30% discount, but yeah. If you don't have it free, it's 30% off basically. Basically, though. But yeah, so never sports car though. Sports car though. But yeah, the Buffalo S is in sports, and the Sprunk Buffalo is also sports, being based on Buffalo S and everything as well, of course. Course. Alright, so yeah, apparently the Sprunk Buffalo is actually like one tier worse at J tier, apparently, which gives it 92nd place for lap time. Yes, 72nd place lap time, as well as 90th place for top speed. That is very much not good performance at all. It is also a single-player vehicle, so I don't see that much point in getting this vehicle for the online. I just don't see a point in getting this for online unless you have some sort of customization for some preference reason to do that or something. See, I didn't show up as a discount because I have it for free, but it is 30% off if you don't have the free discount. And it looks like the last discount for the event for vehicle discount is to that character 4 times 4. Going from $875,000 to $612,500. I don't really know if Thompson Resort was known for trade prices much, but yeah. I don't think this has a trade price, I could be wrong, but I think everybody has the same price on this one. Has access to missile lock on Jamer, of course, for the agency, or car, like club garage, or like mansions of pluses in particular, and in particular for the $8 month subscription up the ass. But it's an off-road vehicle, so it's kind of quite frankly overshadowed by the Trogger being an easy like prize ride vehicle to obtain for the event. Anyways, though, apparently it's an F-tier off-road vehicle, which gives it 20th place lap time and 25th place top speed. Between all the raceable options, I think it is above average actually for lap time. And at least including like just raceable options, it is actually below average for top speed, since there's only 48 raceable options, which is also as many as like 64 off-road vehicles apparently, including non-raceable options, basically. So it's very much not a performance off-road vehicle. Apparently, it is quite that bit out of like top 10 and even kind of 10s for its lap time. It's more for the customization versus preference stuff, of course. So that's it for vehicle discounts, apparently. Alright, so now I'm going to play the map that came out for the Community Race Series. The left bracket, VNS, right bracket, FTF, Pipe Bomb. See, the creator is on a news wire, because I might need to get a little closer to read that or something with the angle I'm at in my room here. Basically. Alright, it does sound a news wire, okay, right. It's from Vivin Ice Gogni or something? I don't even know, honestly, if I got that anywhere close to right. Especially with this fucking ass body for something right now, fuck me up, but yeah, triple money RP. Yeah, like what it used to be like 8K without any money, I believe, for 8+ minutes for a race or something. But no, I really mean to say, I think it's like 8-10 minutes or something like that for like max payout for a race or something. On normal money, it used to be like 8K. Which means on free times, that used to be like 24, 25K, I think, for 8-ish K. I think since then they've done, I think since then, Colonel Enterprise DLC, they did like a 50% boost or something on like all race types or something. So I think 24, 25K, half that more would be like 37, 38K. That's probably like kind of what you're capped at solo, 8-10 minutes or whatever max pay over a race. But obviously make your real money putting up other players, of course, though. Alright, defaults to 5 laps, but I'll just do 1 lap. Just to get it kind of one and done with, basically. When you have standard non-contact options, since it's newer content, I guess those are only 2 real options to get. So no GTA or Rally. But yeah, default Sunday noon, default weather cleared. Traffic is still locked up very high. I don't think it really matters, it's probably just mid-air stuff anyways. Just W mods enabled at default. Does that setting even matter on a random transform? If I heard it doesn't even matter if you change it like on a random transform, it just is applied anyways, I hear, but I don't know if it's the case still or anything. Could have been outdated information at this point, I don't know, no. Don't know, though. one level's off at default. For some reason, the catch-up is boosted at default, which might be different than any of the other ones so far. Interestingly. Slipstream is forced off, apparently. Starting good order to fall and boost and go on at the fall. And it's a pretty straight looking thing. I think that's what the face to face. Yes, so yeah, it's pretty straight. That's pretty much what all the face to face kind of like things are, I believe though. Believe this. So that's not that surprising. Go free mode, whatnot on the outfit. Just keep black bulletproof, whatnot. Not gonna change the vehicle color. Does it only really matter on your first vehicle too? I forget. Unless it like fixed that or something at some point. Some point. Might only even take effect if like your first vehicle is something you don't even own. I could be wrong no. Again, it might fix that sense or something, I forget, but still no. Alright. I think I got one of my custom vehicles here for sure. For sure. Gauntlet Hellfire, I want to say, or like the Hot Ring one or whatever. Hot Ring Hellfire or something. Okay, Gauntlet Hellfire, okay. Sure, it looks like it. Alright, face to face flexing. Soccer balls, oh sheesh, explosives. Okay. It's a little interesting compared to the average face to face, I feel. I could be wrong. Whoa, okay, wait, what? There's explosions in soccer balls or something like that. What? Let's go. Shit, Sultan Classic. Don't I have a Sultan Classic? Maybe I don't have a Sultan Classic. Maybe if you get like the Sultan RS or something, the Sultan RS Classic or something for a tuners, probably. So I probably don't have one then. Probably don't actually have one then. I definitely don't have one of these, apparently then. Alright, so we get to use two vehicles. We do like one lap, unfortunately no. But it was a little interesting at least. Still means still use regardless of the one lap. 3,573. Yeah, 3,579. Okay. It's only like a minute, so not surprising, of course. Scores. But on the 5 laps serving more than that, that could definitely be a fuck ton of fun for sure. For sure though. Alright, so HSW time travel up next year. Will even report a gun ban. I'll pretty much cover the gun ban at the last moment. So why not? And the imaging doesn't even want to load. It looks like bro. Finally loaded. Oh my god, that's crazy. How slow that loaded is insane. Really ridiculous though, actually though. To be fair, I can probably get myself there kind of easily without rail at this point. Like, being at the airport. Being at the airport, I could probably get there without the GPS route pretty easily if I wanted to. But, I might as well just put one on. One not though, one not though. Yeah, 4 minute 30 second. 4 minute 37 second part time. I mean. Again, that route, like I said, goes cross country in the desert, so it's really not a good route. Especially using SHSW, power tells us a lot in top speed. That's like a whole gimmick or something. So doing it that way, I actually get to take advantage of HSW top speeds on the actual highway. Like the last stretch of it, basically. And yeah, I kind of forgot to mention something when I was going over the HSW list, though. The Italogy to Stinger TT, or I think now it just made it simply Stinger TT in like the last couple updates or something. Or like its name or something. And Fado Buffalo EVX. Those ones you have to take off the silk mines if you're going to use it for the HSW time trial if you already have them applied for some reason. Same cases with my Cygnus counts them as a weapon, I'm guessing for why. But at least those ones you can take off the weapon, you can actually use them for the HSW time trials, basically. That's how I'm managing to use this, is I took off the silk mines. All that talk got me like distracted, my bad. I'm gonna have to respawn again then. Again then. Well, not go, let's go, okay. Whatever. Okay, well, fuck, I guess. I don't know how I managed that. Not having a great start, unfortunately. Alright, just go straight, perhaps, for the most part. Alright, whatever, that probably do. At least it's gonna be a better run for sure than the last one. Or a couple or something. Must have been my fuck ass body was wearing over that bowl anymore, though, of course so. Eesh. Seriously, man. I'm tree. Some hella angled in my room. Stuff right now. Something. Fuck ass something. They want me to go to sleep initially, so that's what I'm doing. The grass here I can do, right? That's a shortcut that I didn't necessarily mention earlier, but I meant to kind of mention earlier, of course. Alongside the initial like shortcuts for the docks, of course, so you can technically do like a certain way to not have to do much there or something, like I kind of did, or was trying to be better or something, and I actually ended up doing. Oh, come on. How did we get stuck here, character? What are we doing? After 2 minutes, I gotta restart over that. Like, are you kidding me, dude? Really? Really? How in the actual fuck, man? Like, for real? What a... Bruh. I swear these clouds or something. And my distance in England from the TV messed me up or something. Fuck ass something. Seriously, I can't believe I got that far and then it got stuck like that. That was kind of bull. Really. Come on, for real. No, for real. I actually pulled it off somehow that time. Okay. Surprised that wasn't the one that goofed up. One prior, so yeah, motherfucker, this one's kind of a much tricky. That's a little bit of acceleration and stuff. I don't know if it's as acceleration as not. Don't necessarily know if it's as acceleration maybe as like some other ones, of course, especially with the second two. Still the like another HSW much tricky vehicle. Alright, good. I didn't hit that actually. That could have been a huge run breaker, deal breaker, especially if it like weren't an electric vehicle. Honestly, it probably wouldn't have been regardless of this one, you know. With this one being electric, of course, we want to get back up to speed real quick, of course. Of course. Of course. Yes, yes. Buff. Okay, you should have got back down this week with your vehicle, character, and everything. But yeah, I'm gonna do for the red. Let's go. Oh snap! Oh sheesh! Why did I fall down that hard? Jeez. I don't think I've ever done that before. Whatever then. Whatever now. Was it your fault? I'm fucking sure though. Body for something. I don't know what the fuck is time though. Got to $11,116,567. See. Alright, so the only thing I really need to go over now is the gun van, and that will do. Basically. Well, I haven't seen the gun van all this time, I'm pretty sure, so I'm actually not going to go through what I find it. I'm just going to use the weapon wheel then, for sure then. Also, apparently there's a connected Discord for the Burgundy Rockstar Varsity Crew Neck, apparently. By the way, I don't think I've mentioned this one yet, but yeah. Link your Rockstar Games account to Discord, join the official Rockstar Games server, and play it online by July 1st for that part in particular to get the Burgundy Rockstar Varsity Crew Neck added to your wardrobe. Okay, so pretty exclusive item that they might have never released before for that particular color of that, at least, or something. Yeah, whatever though. Yeah. Fuck Discord anyways. Discord's probably full of toxic people and shit. Like, I don't know, it's not worth it for a music clothing item. I think they did a 500k or something one time for it. That was maybe kind of worth it, but I still didn't do it. I'm not really on Discord anyways. It's only very small windows of time I was ever on that site. Really though. Alright, so for the gun van lineup, there's the stun gun. Stun gun actually helped me significantly for survival tier 4, so I find that to be really good. But yeah, in spite of a tier 2 stun gun finish though, the bottom dollar bounties business works very good with the stun gun. So definitely get the stun gun for that for sure. And like I was saying, it's very good for survival stuff too, actually. Yeah, I actually did the complete 10 waves in survival mode playing solo with the stun gun, and I even actually pulled off the reach wave 16 doing that same method as well. I would go into New Kurosawa's survival map, I did do that, and then I basically hung in like a hallway, like corridor area. Because I think there's like some orange doors stuff, I think you can go in one of those, and there's like a hallway you can kind of stick into. Have all the enemies come to you. Any juggernauts you stun with the stun guns, and that's the best way to deal with those, and then hammer them down with like a shot. And then yeah, after you do the stun gun on the juggernauts, you hammer them down with the assault shotgun. Any further away targets you can do with like your usual like assault rifle comm MG of some kind, or something, whatever you usually use for like your traditional box standard AI targets. That's not like a close-up one for the assault shotgun. It took me 6 to 8 hours to do those like that one time, but it was very much worth doing it for that, for sure though. For sure though. But yeah. Yes though. Doing it solo took me 6 hours to do with assault shotgun, stun gun, like all that kind of stuff on Kurosawa. So I wouldn't get helicopters to go against, obviously, so I had just juggernauts and just on foot targets to deal with. Rockstar created all that stuff really though. I think if you're going past 10 waves, it has to be Rockstar created as well, I believe, for the reach wave 16 and with the yes, to reach wave 16 endless waves. I think you have to do that on a Rockstar created, since I think those are the only ones that go past 10. But yeah, apparently stun guns are good for that as well, as I've tested myself alongside the obviously the Bondar Bounties business as a tier 2 finish to is an obvious choice though. What the fuck? Wait, what's this character doing here? What the fuck? Fat Packer? Wait, what the fuck? It's not like some not. I was kind of saying cheated to myself. Wait, what the fuck? That just found right on top of me. What the? But I was trying to say it's not like a mountain lion or anything, is it? What even is this? Like, how do you do this even? I forget. I don't overly care for the player, like smuggler, like event thing, whatever the fuck. Honestly, I don't think. Yeah, just investigation, and I think I have to do further stuff. I don't care to do that. Like, really, I just don't. I think I've done one back when it first came out, but that's where I just don't care. Honestly, so honestly, I don't know. We actually have it in the gun locker right now, right? My bad. What's the other version of the Widowmaker, the minigun? It's the other version of this Widowmaker here, the minigun, the one from day one with the game, the one with the regular bullets, the minigun. It's a very insane bullet weapon. very good at close mid-ranges. I don't know if I would even say it's that good at far ranges. Very destructive bullet weapon, but like explosives are the meta basically in GT9s. It's not as good as you would think it would be, regardless though. Regardless though, you can do like both having the minigun and the Widowmaker. If you have both of them, put one in the gun locker and the other one basically gets ammo for like life basically. As long as you have like the one with 999 bullets, I think in the gun locker you basically are set for life for the bullets at least. Because they'll replenish each time you go into another lobby. No clue why that works, but in the 13-year-old spaghetti code game, that's how that, like, that ammo trick works, at least. With 13-year-old, I have spaghetti code somehow. So you're not just losing ammo each time you go into another lobby, since that will happen if you don't set up some ammo glitches like that, unfortunately, with 2026 spaghetti code as GTA 9, basically. Okay, I might have went too far there. I think I hit Perico pistol, so yeah, I went too far. We had a marksman pistol is at the gun van, apparently. It's literally just a one-shot pistol, like a high-powered, like, shot from a pistol. Unless you're looking for some really close range, like high-powered damage, I don't really think it's that good. Even with, like, high-powered damage, you have, what, like, the heavy revolver Mark II or something, probably just works better. It has 6 shots in a magazine or something. But yeah, yes, so. If you set up the heavy revolver Mark II right, I think it can one-shot players in the same way that like the marksman pistol does as well. And yeah, just look at the damage stat, it just shows it pretty much can as well. Stats aren't always the truth telling, I think the stats can lie sometimes, but... What is it, like the FMJ revolver, if you set it with like the purple ammo, I think it actually can one-shot players, I think. And you even get 6 shots instead of having like reload after, instead of having to reload after each shot. And knuckle dusters are in the gun van lineup, apparently, yeah. Yeah, you can use it underwater, you can't use it as biker melee, I'm pretty sure, but you can definitely use it underwater, which is interesting. And also it's like so many different looks, like variants, liveries, all that kind of stuff. You can pretty much make it your own, like, melee weapon, like, look-wise, which is pretty cool. Like, yeah, there's a bunch of preset variants. It's not as customizable as I necessarily made it sound, but it's like the most customizable melee weapon in the whole entire game. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool for a melee weapon of all things, actually, though. Actually, though. And then the primary discount, and then the primary weapons are on discount. I mean. The military rifle was 30% off for Plus members, apparently, only. So yes, you do need a subscription for the military rifle discount, apparently. basically the regular version of the old Strickler, but with a suppressor, basically. I haven't yet put in a gun locker, but I think actually if you're on newer platforms, that's probably the one you put in a gun locker personally. So you can get all your assault rifles using 999 ammo if you set it up correctly with the gun locker, like Spaghetti Code Trick I was mentioning earlier with like the minigun and the Widowmaker earlier, basically. So if you set it up that way for assault rifles, if you want to rifle all your other assault rifles, basically get all the ammo each time you're in a new lobby or something. So you don't have to like really much ever have to buy the assault rifle ammo like ever again. And I don't even vouch for it because the glitched like ammo glitching off your character kind of glitches in the game. Unfortunately, that happened when you play certain contents and all that stuff, like the Stoner Survival, for example. I think was a recent example for that temporary survival kind of thing that came out in the 420 event. Yeah, it's seen the sound that tracer rounds, like the 5-10 meter extra lock-on range or whatever VL Strickler, not the blue flashlight. Doesn't have like all those bells, whistles of a Strickler, it's basically the regular version of it. Plus has a suppressor, which the Strickler does not. Since you can't use this for stealth missions, it's basically the stealth version of a Strickler. So yeah, it's kind of one of the worst assault rifles, in my opinion, being kind of reskinned by the old Strickler, and the old Strickler's just a better version that came out later on now. It's kind of like one of the worst assault rifles in the game for that reason, I feel, in my opinion. Also, it's 15 less ammo at 45, so it's 60, which isn't as bad as Battle Rifle in the 30, I get it, but still. If you're going to use 45 ammo, use the old Strickler if you're on newer platforms, and there's just no real reason to use this besides for the gun locker trick on the newer platforms, or... I mean, it can be kind of fun on the older platforms, but yeah. You just have better options for weapons anyways on the older platforms, I'm sure though. Also, Compact EMP Launcher actually was to be half off right now. So, okay. This ammo glitched off my character. Nothing I can do about this one, so it's the only one that uses EMP grenades. They give it a completely different grenade type compared to the regular, like, grenade launchers, obviously, as you'd probably expect. So, yeah. Can't fix that one for ammo glitch. For ammo just randomly glitching off the character, I definitely didn't use ammo myself. I didn't use 20 of these randomly. When I don't play much off stream. Albeit I'm gonna maybe try to, since the review with pre-orders start on June 25th or 6th now, yeah, now, so I might be playing again off stream, but still though. So the Compact EMP Launcher, EMP stands for the electromagnetic pulse, it disables vehicles, basically. Electric vehicles like this, by the way, do actually break out of it quicker than your regular vehicle, I'm pretty sure. So it won't be as effective on something like the EVX that will actually break out a little bit quicker. Since they got the like acceleration gimmick being electric, I guess, or something. So it's in the form of a grenade, it's not like the up and atomizer, for example. This one's air burst and its off cooldown is basically infinite ammo, basically. It would be much better if it was air burst like that, so I can hit targets in the air better, and also you can actually not have to buy the ammo constantly, which is nice. But no, it's in the form of like a grenade launcher, like the Compact Grenade Launcher. For the Biker's DLC, it's just a reskin version of it. And also, unless you're hitting like the day one buzzer attack chopper, apparently every other vehicle's weapons do not even get disabled by this fan. It doesn't disable weapons, it's not tied directly to the engine. Aside for the one case I mentioned, apparently. So even when you hit a vehicle, even if you think it would disable the weapons, it doesn't, so still have to watch out for vehicle weapons. Again, aside for the one case that buzzer attack chopper from right here. That's like the only vehicle that actually has the weapons tied to the engine, believe it or not, for whatever reason. It's RC vehicles, at least RC vehicles can actually kick those out, as like the last two updates of Funny Front Seat made that change. So at least buffed it in that way, but I think they should really make it where any weapons, even if you're not tied directly to the engine, should be disabled as well, or something that would actually make it so much better. And the only real weakness then is it wouldn't be able to hit like air targets pretty much. Giving these on like a bike as well, like giving these as a drop-by weapon on like, yes, you can use a motorcycle as a drop-by weapon, which was definitely pretty nice. So at least you can go on a motorcycle to hit targets so like at quicker speeds and stuff. You can technically use it for boats as well, because I think boats share motorcycle drive-by weapons, if I recall. But yeah, obviously a motorcycle will be most practical for in that kind of case. But beyond a vehicle and then using this weapon in the first place. Okay, and then finally, that was all the primary weapons, so it's pretty much onto the throwables and the last part. So yeah, just like that one, like face-to-face I was on, I think it's named like that, obviously for the throwable I'm not gonna go over. The pipe bombs are apparently at the gun van. I feel it's kind of like a crossover grenade and like sticky bomb kind of thing. Speaking of sticky bomb, it doesn't blow up in your hand apparently like a sticky bomb does, so like it's actually pretty fantastic for using as a drive-by throwable against like AI enemies that actually have a really easy time shooting your sticky bombs when you're using them in a car. If you ever got blown up randomly like on a contact mission, like using like stick bombs or something, it's because they're like ridiculously accurate, of course. So if you don't really see anybody use those in like contact missions, for example, that's wise, because you shoot those really easily. Or stick bombs. Again, pipe bombs don't have that weakness, so it is a fantastic drive-by throwable. Even players can technically shoot a stick bomb from the hand, but like players have to actually like know where to aim and everything. Unlike AI that just does it effortlessly. So it's pretty good for contact missions, at least for pipe bombs for that reason, for its kind of niche it has. And then tear gas is good for clearing rooms, so tear gas is yes in the gun van. And then Molotov cocktails are a gun van exclusive throwable. You can't buy ammunition. But you can't buy ammunition or the like different like armories for the agency and now the mansion one. I'm pretty sure. I think just copies the like stuff that the agency one has for the armories. So I don't assume the mansion one has that either. So I think you only buy these from the gun van. Otherwise, you have to take them from like missions or like other sources, basically, that aren't like a way to just which aren't a straight up way to just buy them, basically. So pretty much the best throwable that could be at the gun vans is like the most exclusive one is the Molotov cocktails for sure. And they don't really state anymore, but I'm pretty sure the armor is always available as well. As well. But yeah, I think that pretty much does it for the stream though, finally. I don't know, I could talk GTA 6 via like cover art if I remember what it kind of looks like in my head, or kind of look at it or something. Maybe I'll do that before I go here or whatnot, in case I don't cover it for some reason, but like after that. So yeah, GTA 6 via the cover art. It still has the helicopter in the top left apparently, which is pretty sick. And it's a Sea Sparrow even, which is cool. Got to see that in the single player again since like, what, like Vice City Stories when he was asking I had like a Sea Sparrow in the single player, I think. Of course you have your protagonist like front center on like the top or something, which is pretty sick. I definitely enjoyed that part of it, no doubt. Top right apparently still has a certain element, I believe, as well, right? Right. I'm not about to pull. I'm not about to pull out a like bunch of physical copies or something right now, but yeah, or like anything like that. But yeah, yes. Trying to remember if I haven't looked at the cover image itself of 6 BI. God, fuck it. I'm looking at it and can't remember. It's probably because of his fucking ass body for some current, of course. Oh, if I just do like the free bar thing like on the top of like the newswire, I can actually just do it that way and don't have to actually change the newswire outright. That's nice. I can actually see it that way. See. Oh yeah, apparently the motorcycle on the top right is something you kind of usually do. That's right, I wasn't thinking much of a motorcycle. I don't overly care that much for those. I could do for aircrafts, but yeah. It's like a little-ish like sports bike or something up there. Kind of whatever to me. I don't really have to comment much on that part. And then what is there next? Like the middle left or something? There's like the bitch or something on there, which is hell yeah, man. But, oh man, I saw all kinds of discourse about the bitch online actually. Not even gonna lie, on like Twitter, like X and all that. XX. Kind of fits the theming of the image I'm talking about though. But yeah, yes. We had a bitch though. The cover girl supposedly or whatever as they call it. Another serious tradition. I like to see that still on there. But it's like it's like a brown skin bitch or something. I think. Yeah, I think I saw all kinds of controversy on that, like on Twitter X. I don't entirely disagree. At the same time, I don't entirely agree with that standpoint either. Like, in some ways, I actually find her to be some of the hottest, like, cover girl bitch since, like, GTA 4, Vice City, kind of GTA 3, just because it's kind of an in-game character. I have kind of a bias there, also. I kind of just really enjoy GTA 3. Like, God, San Andreas was fucking ugly, I feel, for that bitch, like, honestly. For the cover girl bitch of San Andreas, she's just fucking ugly, in my opinion, like, honestly. Like, yeah, she's kind of blonde, I think, but, like, she has too much clothes, in my opinion, man. Well, 5 was actually a hella step up from San Andreas, at least. At least, I will say. Liberty City Story, Vice City Stories didn't do skimpy at all, I don't think. So I didn't really like those ones personally. On image compilations, I don't think I saw GTA Advance. I don't think that one had a female cover girl. I could be wrong though, but I don't think so. Yeah, GTA 4's is pretty hot with like the lollipop and the skimpy bitch or something. Like with the red or something, if I remember right. I like that one a lot. Apparently the episodes had like bitches too. I knew Ball to Gay Tony, I knew kind of had one, but I didn't know the Last and Damned apparently had one. I didn't 100% know that either, actually. Or like at all, basically, at all, basically. But the Lost and Damned one, I think is fucking ugly, if I recall right, in my opinion. Maybe kind of on par with like San Andreas ugliness, or even a little worse, even. In my opinion. Ball Tony one, in my opinion, had too much clothes, but the Ball Tony one's kind of hot. Like, aside for that, I feel. GTA 5's. Yeah, people might overhate on that one just because the game's been like 13 years old, and it's been our last GTA for like 13 years. But asides, I like that one a lot, actually. I think it's one of the stronger ones, asides for 4, Vice City, Free. So even before GTA 6's reveal, I think it was definitely my top 5 cover girls, in my opinion, for GTA 5, really. Really though. And then GTA 6 VIVIs could maybe get some flack for this opinion, but whatever though. Yeah, GTA 6 VIVIs. It's not entirely like Mexican, like Latino, Hispanic kind of like skin tone. I think it's kind of darker than I would like it to be by a little bit. I feel. So I feel it's a little too much on the dark side skin tone wise for the cover bitch on GTA 6 VIVI. But at least not entirely black. I'll give them that too. It's kind of in a sweet spot in the middle, I guess, if I had to say something. But again, I still think it's a little too dark for the skin tone, though. She also has kind of a little too much clothing, in my opinion. But not as much as, like, say, Bodygate Tony, like, Last and Damned, I think, maybe. Oh, I didn't mention the Chinatown Wars one. Chinatown Wars is actually pretty hot, too, actually. That's like an Asian bitch or something. Hell yeah, man. I think she's like the only Asian bitch one, too, I think she's pretty cool. Yeah, I didn't mention Chinatown Wars. That one's actually pretty hot. But honestly, Chinatown Wars one might be a little weaker than 5 for me somehow. Because I don't know, 5 is just skimpy enough to where I like it maybe just a little over that one, and also being mainline versus Chinatown Wars not being mainline. I don't overly care as much for that one then. And it's not full on console GTA, so I don't really like it so much for that reason, kinda. Like, I don't care as much. Okay, but back to GTA 6. VIVI's cover bitch, cover girl, cover bitch, bitch. Yeah. Skin tone's more on the brown side, like a little too dark, but not overly dark, like black, or anything. But also not entirely like Mexican, like Hispanic Latina, or Mexican Latina more so, maybe. I don't know. I'm not 100% the pro on that stuff. But I just know I'm not 100% on board with it, that's all I know. Also, my point I was trying to mention there before, I forgot, was I forgot to talk about Chinatown Wars, where it's cover girl. The GTA 6 one has a little too much clothing, in my opinion. However, she stylized it in a certain way where it's almost kind of not actually too bad either. Like I think there's like a 6 like green like manatee shirt or something. I forget. I think it was like a manatee's like shirt. I think there was in like GTA 6 trailer too. I think there was like a manatee's like jersey kind of like shirt kind of thing. I don't know 100%, but I think something like that was going on there. I feel like they had it like half on, half off at the same time or something. It was kind of odd the way it was like angled and stuff. So in a way, it's almost not entirely noticeable, which I kind of like. But she definitely has more clothing than GTA 5's bitch, which I'm kind of not on board with 100%. But the way it's stylized and stuff kind of almost makes it not 100% noticeable either. Or like it's not 100% impactful, at least more so might be the way to say it. And then she wearing like white or something for like her fucking bikini, like all that shit. If I recall. But oh man, the mouth piercing. Why the fuck is there like a lip piercing or something, bro? Like right under the lip or something? Like, bro, that kind of ruins it a little bit, honestly. But at the same time, it's just so minute and stuff, it's not overly the biggest deal either. At least it's not loaded with piercings on the face. That would have been like a hell fucking no. At that point. But man, people are overly complaining about the GT6 cover girl. If blowing it well proportion, I don't think it's that bad. I actually think it's one of the stronger few of the series, honestly, not gonna lie. Top 5 or top 6, ironically, with it being GTA 6. I could definitely beat San Andreas, maybe the story games back from 3D Universe as well. Lost and Damned definitely fucking beats. The rest I'm actually not so sure, honestly. But at least beats a couple of those ones. In my opinion. And it's funny too, people are like changing it to white and stuff and being called racist or something, which was funny. Change a dark skinned bitch and change it to white, it's racist. But if you do it the other way around, people probably won't cry that much foul over it either, though. But yeah, man, GT6 cover bitch, it's actually pretty hot, not gonna lie though. And was there like BB Ike in the middle fucking right? Nah, I don't care that hard for that character, fuck that gay shit. Fuck that BLM catering ass shit though. Alright, then there's middle. Is the alligator. That's pretty tight. That's pretty tight. The alligator. Hell fucking yeah, man. I want to see alligators GTA 6 so bad. Supercar in the bottom left. Ron. Fucking fuck ass Ron. Leave me alone. Your day one ass phone call though. So I really want to see Alligators GTA 6 VLP. It's so bad, man. Like, when the game finally comes out, for sure. But yeah, bottom left has the supercar, like some kind of supercar. It's alright. I'm not as big on that as like the Sea Sparrow on the top left for sure, but still. That Raw character, if I recall, I forget what, Raw Batista, I think was the last name, I think. That's a pretty cool character, so I'm glad they put them in the bottom middle. And then you got like the flamingo, like a boat on like the water and stuff. That's a pretty tight one on the bottom right for sure. Might be one of the stronger ones. And oh god, I was even seeing complaining on like Twitter XX though about like the color scheme. Isn't it literally just by city colors and people are like calling it like bisexual lighting and all that kind of stuff? People are memeing that way, like in a positive way, and then also people complain about it in a bad way too. I'm like, why the fuck are people making it about like sexual shit or something, bro? About like some simple lighting, bro? Like what the fuck? Sorry, what the hell, man? And then obviously you have the price down font, like the VI on there, and the actual true like center. They did a real good job of feel with the cover art. Quite frankly, the cover art was a real good job. Even if there's like a couple things I don't really care about on it, I do think they did a very good job on the cover art for GT6 VI for sure. For sure though. How'd I close out of this thing? I'm so confused. Couldn't figure it out, so I just refreshed the page, so whatever though. Done with that shit anyways. Yeah, it's pretty much fine gonna be it for the stream. Starts like over 4 hours long. I streamed 10 on that initially, but yeah. A lot of that probably has to do with my body for some hernia nonsense, of course. So I don't know if it's tiring fair, it's 4 hours long, but also I did talk about the DLC stuff, like the little teaser, the like yes, also I did talk about the GTs. Yes, though I did talk about the court center heist stuff, obviously, with the like initial information, like the tier stuff or the fine art collection, whatever the fuck all. And then GT6 VIP I cover all. Yeah, GT6 VIP I cover art. I mean. So that all kind of added some interesting stuff and flavors to it and stuff. It might be kind of fair for this one to be 4 hours compared to obviously other ones for sure. So I think it'll be alright. So I think that would have been funny be it for the stream. But in all honesty though, GT6 cover girl much harder than people are saying it is, I feel. And not as bad as people are saying it is, I mean. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it, but like the cover girl this time around, but also like it's being way blown out of proportion too. That's definitely fun to be a stream. I hope you enjoyed.